Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I would like to remind everybody that the ARB hearings are open to the public and that this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our record of the hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll 12826. The property address is 201 Lady MacDonald Drive, Lot 38, Block 1, Plan 901, 1462. I'm going to start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties, the complainant and respondent, to introduce themselves. After that, I'll explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I'm the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are, to my left, Michelle Ouellette, and to my right, Andrea Williams. Does anyone present have objections to the panel as constituted? I'm seeing heads shake. No, they're not. I'll have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant or the complainant's rep. And I'd ask if you'd come to the microphone, please.
Just remind me, do I just press and hold or just press it once?
I've got it on for you, so you should be able to.
All right, great, all good.
Yep.
Okay, morning everyone, thank you for having me. Michael Becker, I'm the resident at 201 Lady MacDonald Drive.
Okay, thank you. So you are the owner of the property under complaint?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can be seated. Yeah. And now to the respondent, who I believe is online.
Good morning. My name is Deanne Bannerman. I provide the contracted assessment services for the town of Canmore.
Thank you. The LARB standard practice is to have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. And finally, the complainant has the opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anybody needs a break or a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as laid out? I see a nodding of heads. Thank you. I see both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all the documents for the record now, so that won't stop it, but that won't stop anybody from raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions could arise, we can still deal with them and then strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everybody comfortable with this process? I see nodding of heads again. Thank you. Ms. Dalrymple, did you want to list the items, please?
We have complainant package C1, which is the complaint form, and that is 1 page. We have complainant package C2, which is the complainant disclosure. That's 130 pages. And we have a complainant package C3, which is complainant rebuttal, 127 pages. And we have the respondent package R1, which is respondent disclosure of 45 pages.
Thank you. Are there any other preliminary issues for the panel to address? The complainant, any? No? The respondent? I see a shaking of head, no. So I believe we're ready to proceed. So, Mr. Becker, you can come to the microphone and make your presentation, please.
All right, thank you everyone. I will make this very brief and quick. So, on the property tax assessment notice of 2024, as stated, as provincially legislated, your assessment is an estimate of the price of your property, the price your property may have sold on the open market as of July 1st of the previous year. So it's the estimate of the price of the property on the open market. I can tell you exactly what my property sold on the open market because I purchased it April 15th of that same year. And as you see on the copy of the land exchange, it was fully enforced or transferred over as of May 30th. So the purchase price of my property was $1,050,000. The assessment that I received in the mail was $1,332,000. So the assessor deemed that my property gained a value of 27% in just 2 months. So when I purchased this property, it was listed, there's the MLS paperwork there for what it was listed as. I bought it at the listed purchase price. So I can tell you for a fact that if this property was worth more than the $1,050,000 I paid, someone else would have outbid me. I paid exactly the asking price. Other people had a chance to bid on it, see it in person. No one else won the bid. So in my view, what I purchased for just 2 months before this assessment is saying that it was 27% more. I view that as the actual market rate, which I view as a more informed data point than an assessed market rate. When I first brought this issue to the assessors earlier this year as part of the process, I responded back that, this is what it was listed as, this is what I purchased it as, and this is what you're saying it increased during this time, and I do not feel that's realistic. They responded back with sort of a generic text saying that, the way that we assess property values is by mass aggregate. And that's fine. I understand that, for the purposes of assessing an entire town, you need some sort of method for expediency. However, I did not appreciate the fact that when I kicked back on the details of this being a recent purchase and the fact that I did not think their evaluation took in the exact issues with the house, for instance, an unfinished basement, a collapsing deck in the back that was a health hazard, all these sorts of things. They were unwilling to budge until bringing it before court, which I think is not a great use of all of your time, not a great use of my time, nor a good use of their time. So, for future complaints that are brought to this board about property assessment, I just want to flag that additionally, so that, I would encourage them to be much more upfront with other homeowners that bring these sorts of concerns. So if we look at what the actual market was doing during these time too, the increase that they're proposing doesn't reflect what was happening across Canada, nor does it reflect what was happening across Canmore. For the year from 2023 to 2024, Royal LePage data shows that there was only a 4% average housing price increase in Canmore. 4% is quite significantly less than the 27% in just 2 months that I was quoted. If we look at comparable data for the previous year increase, so going from 2022 to 2023, there was a net change of 9.5%. So 2022 to 2023 was still one of the boom times in Canadian real estate. I'm sure everyone in this room is affected by either your mortgage rate going up, your interest rate, housing prices, what have you. 2023 to 2024 was a slowdown. This is during peak interest rates when the housing market cooled. Canmore did buck the trend by still going up 4% on average. It did not go up 27% in 2 months. So I feel that, this isn't reflective of overall market trends. It's not reflective of the status of my house, and nor does it reflect the actual price that I paid just 2 months before this assessment occurred. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman, do you have any questions of the complainant?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
No questions? Give me 1 second, sir.
Thank you.
I think most of my questions are for the respondents, so I'm
Sure.
good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Bannerman, I believe you're up.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Deanne Bannerman, and I'm here representing the town of Canmore. I'm here to request that the board confirm the recommended assessed value of $1,206,000 for the subject property. The recommended revised assessed value comes based on interior inspection that I conducted on the property earlier this spring. I will demonstrate how this value was determined, and then I'll address any concerns regarding its accuracy and fairness. So if we go to my information on pages 8 through 11, I just want to talk a little bit about the legislative and procedural compliance that we've used in preparing assessments in the town of Canmore. So they are prepared in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation. These laws require that assessments reflect the market value as of the valuation date determined through the legislated process of mass appraisal. So the subject property's assessed value reflects the market conditions as of July 1st, 2023, and the physical condition as of December 31st, 2023. A uniform application of the market modified cost approach, which is the standard for our detached residential properties in Canmore, was utilized. So the legislated valuation standard for all properties is market value, which is, as the complainant already addressed, the most probable price that a property would sell for on the open market between a willing buyer and seller. However, the other part that we have to comply with is the mass appraisal process. And so the mass appraisal process ensures consistency and fairness across a large number of properties. And what this entails is grouping comparable properties, analyzing the market trends, and applying statistical models. And then these models from all of the sales, not just a single sale, are applied back to the same common group of properties. So on page 12, the subject property's valuation was based on validated sales from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, and adjusted for time to reflect the typical market conditions as of the valuation date. Specific corrections were made to the property data following an inspection in June 2024 to ensure that the assessment accurately reflected the property's characteristics. So comparable properties, now on to page 13, comparable properties within the same neighborhood with similar quality and characteristics were analyzed to validate the assessment. While the sale price of the subject property was lower than its assessed value, it's important to recognize that the short marketing period may have resulted in a lower sale price due to unique conditions rather than a reflection of typical market value. And mass appraisal focuses on equity and typical market conditions, not individual sale anomalies. So we can see the sale comparison chart on page 13, where we have very similar properties. We show that this property with its revised assessment, or recommended revised assessment, would be the lowest assessment of all the properties. The lot size is right up around in the middle, and the age is again right in the middle. These are all very, very similar properties. However, the square footage is the largest, even though the sale price adjusted to July 1st, 2023 is the lowest. Quite significantly if we look at the adjusted sale prices. So, as per matters relating to assessment complaints regulation, the burden of proof lies with the complainant to demonstrate that the assessment's incorrect, although they have brought forward their own sale price and their own MLS information. There's been nothing, including the interior inspection of the subject property, to say that it should be treated any differently than any other property similar to it in the town. So the revised assessment of $1,206,000 for the subject property is consistent with the legislative requirements that we're required to follow. It's reflective of typical market conditions, and it is equitable with comparable properties within the town of Canmore. I do respectfully request that the board confirm the assessed value at $1 million, or the revised assessed value of $1,206,000 for the subject property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Becker, no. From the panel members? No questions? Ms. Williams? Okay, I have a few. Ms. Bannerman, in the complainant's disclosure, which I believe you have, I'm looking at page 22 of 130. And that is the summary of the inspection report that was presented. And there are three things there: the deck, wood rot, foundation cracks, minor, parging missing in some areas. Are those the sorts of things that would affect, and you've already taken into account on the value that you laid on the property?
So when we, especially after the inspection of the property, certain things, so with regards to decks, we don't actually assess decks. So they're not included in the property assessment. So any kind of maintenance that's required to be done would be outside of that process. Same as landscaping, appliances, those types of things, which are considered chattels. They're short-lived items and don't play a part in the property assessments for the town of Canmore. So things such as cracks in the foundation, if they were significant, where it would impede redevelopment of the basement area, that would be something that we would consider in the assessment process. However, it wasn't brought forward to us at the time of inspection that there was anything keeping the property owner from redeveloping the basement if they so chose.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Becker, it's your opportunity for rebuttal.
So, totally understood on how this is a statistical average, but with a PhD in statistics, I can tell you that statistics inherently gloss over anomalies or specific outliers. So while it's needed for doing full town assessments, it does not reflect the actuarials of my house. Furthermore, when the interior inspection was finally done, I believe it was sometime around this summer, it's post-December 31st. So I work a full-time job, and every minute that I'm not working my full-time job, I'm working on the house. So I have had a further year to improve the quality of the house from when this assessment occurred. So what they saw is not what I purchased it as, nor did it reflect the value of last year. So they have seen sort of an improved version that wasn't indicated for last year. So also, I'd like to rebut the claim that this was an anomalously short sale period. All houses in Canmore have a short sales period. Things are listed for maybe a day. If it's up there for a week, that should give you an indication that something is wrong with the house. This is one of the hottest markets, and while it is a hot market and things turn over quick, it is still not 27% in 2 to 3 months. It is 4% increase average for the town. That's it for my rebuttal. You know, I'm just going to go back to the fact that Canmore had a 4% increase over the previous year. My house was assessed at 27% greater than what I purchased it for 2 months before, and I leave it to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bannerman, any questions for the complainant?
Yeah, I do have a question at this point. So there's percentage increases that were being raised by the complainant at around a 4% for the town of Canmore. And I'm just wondering where that market evidence came from, because the average assessment increase for residential properties last year was over 12%. So any real estate that I've looked at hasn't shown any indication of anything near a 4% increase for the town of Canmore, at least for the last, 3 or 4 years. So I note that this wasn't provided in evidence, and would really like to just know where this information came from.
Sure. That's on Royal LePage's data website. So they're one of the major realtors, and that you can look it up there. But it's interesting she also mentions 12%, because 12% is significantly less than 27%. So if we look at 22 to 23's average data, or at least the change from my house, it was 9.5%. That's before I moved in. So we're going from 1 year where it's 9.5% increase to this year where it's a 28.6% increase in taxes. And again, this is I would say that the anomaly here is the rate that my house was assessed to increase rather than the actual price of my house. So,
Any questions from the board on rebuttal? No. Okay. Ms. Williams, go ahead.
You made a comment that when the assessor came and inspected your property, it was later and obviously you'd made some improvements. I'm assuming, or just wanted clarification, that the improvements that you'd made were pointed out at that point?
oh yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah. And I did notice that whenever she was taking photos of the house, it was of my improved areas rather than the areas that were still under construction.
My other question is, in the assessor's report, there's a number of sales that she had used. Obviously, it's mass appraisal, and then there's a reference back to specific housing or specific properties which she felt were comparable in this circumstance. Did you have any comments in relation to that?
Yeah, sure. I've actually had a look at some of those properties as well as a number of the other ones that have gone on sale around us. And it's quite interesting. So ours is the same age, 1993. However, ours is 1993 with no improvements since then. So I still have the original washer and dryer from 1993, the dishwashers from 1993, which is sort of a feat of accomplishment if you think about appliances. But if you look at the other comparable houses that are listed, they have had significant upgrades to both the cosmetics and the functionality of the house. So, you know, our furnaces were 1993 as well. You know, we had no upgrade to sort of any cabinetry in the kitchens, nothing to the interior. Instead of having upgrades like those other comparable properties have had to look more recent, more of the era, account for, you know, user damage, ours was a 30-year-old time capsule to the early 90s. So it's a lot of wear and tear on a house, and it was well loved and well lived in, but it's taken a lot of beating and it's needed a lot of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Argument summation. Mr. Becker, you have the opportunity to sum up, and you get the last word after the respondent. So
Okay.
if you have anything further you wish to present, argument-wise.
Nothing further. I would just reiterate, this was a 27% house increase in just the 2 to 3 months since I purchased it on an open market rate of $1,050,000. So I don't feel that this increase is reflective of either the broader market conditions nor the actual physical characteristics of my house. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bannerman?
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate that we do believe that the recommended assessed value that we've provided and brought forward is fair and equitable with other properties in the town of Canmore. The comparables provided are very similar to the subject property, with the subject property being the largest. The only property that had renovations in them was subject property number 2. So the other properties are also looking at normal wear and tear, which is similar and very normal for a mid-1990 built home. Flooring is going to need to be replaced, roofs are going to need to be replaced, furnaces, etc. That's very standard, and that's built into the assessed value of these properties. As noted, yes, the subject property did sell for less than it's assessed at. However, aside from the market value, we also have to prepare assessments using mass appraisal. And that is intended to create an equitable and fair assessment for all properties within the town. Some of the issues that were with the house that the property owner has addressed already, they were minor and cosmetic in nature. So it's not something that is going to massively impact the property value differently than any of the other properties that sold within the town or within that area that are similar. So that being said, we really do believe that the assessment or recommended assessment is fair and equitable, and we do ask the board to revise the assessment as we've provided. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, last word.
Just going to be a broken record here, so I think I'll save everyone the time. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask both parties if they feel they have been heard today and if they feel that they have received a fair hearing. Mr. Becker?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now declare this hearing closed. No further evidence or submissions may be received by the board. Thank you. I will advise the Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Just a quick question on process. Sorry, I just had a quick question on process. So it's 30 days to come to a decision, and then I guess we're informed via mail or email or something. Okay?
Sorry. Yes, 30 days for the board to get it to the clerk. The clerk has 7 days to issue it to all parties. I believe you have consented to electronic communication, so it would be sent to you by email.
Okay, great. So nothing needed from me from this point onward.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you all for your time. Do you need me to stick around, or shall I head on out? All right, thank you.
Okay.
Do we need a break, or are we prepared to proceed? Good. Ms. Dalrymple, are you ready to go, or do we need a break? Okay. Okay. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I'd like to remind everyone that the ARB hearings are open to the public and that this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our recording of the hearing. We are here now to review the complaint and excuse me, subsequent evidence is filed for tax roll number. Where's my agenda? There we go. 13883. The property address is 156 McNeil. The legal description is Lot 15, Block 3, Plan 931-2316. I will start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I'm the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are Michelle Ouellette to my left, Andrea Williams to the right. Does anybody have any objections to this panel as constituted? I see a shaking of head from the complainant, Ms. Bannerman. No? Very good. I'll now have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant's representative. Would you please state for the record your name, organization, and your role in the hearing? Please indicate whether or not you're the owner of the property under complaint. Sir?
My name is Vince Smith, Mr. Chair and panel. I live at 152 McNeil, directly adjacent to the property 156. And so I own both properties.
Okay, thank you. To the respondent, if you could identify yourself, please.
Sure. My name is Deanne Bannerman. I provide the contracted assessment services for the town of Canmore.
Okay. Thank you. The LARB standard practice is to have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant will then have an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence, with the complainant presenting first. If anybody needs a break or a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices. Here we go. Okay, sorry. I was just missing something there for a second. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as was laid out? Mr. Smith?
I'm satisfied.
Okay. Ms. Bannerman?
No questions. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
I see both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all the documents for the record now. That won't stop anyone from raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everyone comfortable with this process? Mr. Smith?
I wasn't quite comfortable. I had the opportunity of providing a rebuttal, but I had received an email directly from a Benchmark saying the email was not valid anymore in regards to this specific appeal. And it was fortunate that the staff here arranged that rebuttal was transferred over to Benchmark.
Okay, that is a preliminary matter which comes up next. We're just going to mark everything for the record first. So I'll ask Ms. Dalrymple to do that, please.
We have 4 packages that were submitted. We have the complainant package labeled as C1, and that's the complaint form of 7 pages. We have a complainant package C2, which is complainant disclosure of 11 pages. And we have a complainant package C3, the complainant rebuttal of 2 pages. And we have the respondent package R1, which is the respondent disclosure of 51 pages.
Thank you. Now we'll get into preliminary issues. Are there preliminary issues for the panel to address? And Mr. Smith, if you wanted to repeat what you had to say.
Yes, I believe I have the opportunity of providing a rebuttal. And during the process for rebuttal, just prior to that, I received an email from Benchmark stating that the email was no longer active in regards to this complaint. So I sent my rebuttal to Town Council, the ARB, and they provided, hopefully, ultimately, to Benchmark. But the fact that they were sending out emails that the email is no longer active represents most likely a flaw in the system for Benchmark.
So if I may address that.
Yes, please.
So Benchmark Assessment no longer represents the town of Canmore in their preparation of assessment services. So the email regarding the rebuttal from the complainant was provided to myself, and I'm taking no issue with the rebuttal being allowed into evidence.
Thank you. Are you satisfied, Mr. Smith, with that? Or?
It suggests to me that Benchmark, this whole proceeding, is a process that is confrontational in that her report provided 5 pages of examples of why people fail to succeed in the appeal process. And then to see where you receive an email saying they do not accept any more documents regarding this is just another example of the process that someone like myself and others would come forward almost suggesting you need a lawyer to go through this because you have a confrontational environment set up the way it is right now. And that's all I want to say about the process.
Okay, but again, we are accepting your rebuttal statement. We've all received it and gone through it, so it's
Thank you.
It becomes part of the evidence today. Ms. Dalrymple?
Sorry, I just wanted to add to clarify that this was unfortunate timing with the transfer of our assessment services for the town of Canmore from Benchmark to Deanne as a service provider. Deanne has been our assessor throughout. It's just under a different company name. And unfortunately, there's a miscommunication on our end with Benchmark about the messaging and the timing because of these hearings. So ideally, that transfer would have happened once hearings were done so that there was no interruption. So this was not any sort of intentional conflict. It was just an administrative issue of timing with our transfer of assessment services. So apologies for that.
Okay. So there's no further preliminary issues to deal with? Very good. Mr. Smith, if you'd like to present your evidence, that we have the package and we can read through it, allow you to present it.
It's basically a summation of what I initially filed as part of my letter. But I have two primary reasons why I find the assessment inconsistent with the information that was provided, and it did not include recent sales that occurred during the window of opportunity that should have been included. So let me address the lack of supporting information. I go back to, for the property 2023, the assessed value went from $831,000 up to $1.089 million. That's a 31% increase. So I asked for an explanation, and I received an explanation that was based on two properties that are listed in the Walker area. That's not that far away from McNeil, and it was properties 133 and 109. And those were the examples used as reference to justify the 31% increase. So come to 2024, the property assessment went from 1.089 to 1.239 million. That's a 13.8% increase. You combine those two, that's close to 50% increase in 2 years. The explanation that I got in 2024 was based on the same two properties. They're still valid within the time frame of that window of assessment. One had not expired, and normal practices is that from 1 year to the next, the value of those property sales equivalent were increased 6%. So the two properties that were used as justifiable were the same two properties, no new properties added, and they were adjusted to 6%. Yet my property was increased 13.8%. In the 2024, they also compared two properties, the vacant lot properties on my street, 124 McNeil and 140 McNeil. And both of those properties went up, or their assessment went up 6%. So here I have two properties that were sold, increased 6%, two properties on my own street that increased 6%, and mine went up 13.8%. And then to go further into the discussion, there is another property in Walker that sold on March 23rd, March of 2023, which is in the framework of the July 1st, 2020, and the June 30th, 2023 window frame. It sold for $855,000 when it had an assessed value of $1.260 million. This was not included in the framework of the three properties, or with the other two properties, and there was no explanation given to me through Benchmark when I asked for, how do you explain what's going on here? The second primary reason why I objected to this year versus 2023, even though 2023 went up 30%, 156 McNeil property has building or construction limitations. It has a large rock ridge that runs right through 2/3 of the way from one side to the other. I can verify the difficulty in construction because my own house, 152, the back end of it, they could not finish the finished basement because there was this hard rock structure below the shale structure. The property has been known to have some limitations. It sold in 2016 at $600,000, but it had an assessed value that year of $799,000. So it sold at 25% less than the appraised value. I bought it in 2019. I bought it for $750,000. The assessed value for that year was $825,800, 10% below. In 2020, I asked for an explanation, just like the previous respondent had found. How do you explain when I buy it for $750,000, but the assessment is much higher? At the time, the assessor was Lance Whalage, I hope I pronounced his name right, came and discussed the property with me. He said, "Do you mind if I go look at it?" I gave him permission to go look at it. He came back, and based on the previous assessed values of being, the sale price being lower than the assessed values, that year he lowered my assessment from $807,000 down to $786,000, and I was happy with that. I did not appeal it. Then a new assessor came in from Benchmark. So in 2023, my assessment went from as I said, over 2 years, close to 50%. And there was no consideration for the property limitations or prior sales history of this actual lot that exists right beside my own residence. I didn't receive any explanation for this, and I didn't receive any documents or requests to say, if you provided in the documentation, there's no request, do an evaluation, do some type of way to convince the assessor. The previous assessor had obviously gone there, looked at the property, and recognized there was some limitations in this. I didn't receive the same satisfaction from the new assessor, which was Ms. Brennerman. And my feeling is the assessment should be in the range of $1.150 million, not the 1.2 some million that was proposed and as proposed by Benchmark. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman, do you have any questions of Mr. Smith?
I do. I just have one question. So when you were referring to the rock ridge and the shale on the property impacting the redevelopment or the development possibilities for that property, have you been able to provide any kind of evidence to show that that's actually the case, either to the assessor during the time of inquiries or before the board here today?
It was not requested, and I did not provide it. I could have brought a witness of the original owner, Marvin Phillips, who bought the 3 properties, combined them into 2 lots. So this is equivalent of 1.5 lot. He initially was going to build it in the middle section, which would have been right beside my lot. He went through and did the architectural design and everything else, and then he decided afterwards to move his property, ended up building on the other lot and kept this one vacant, where he built a elaborate Chinese garden with a fish pond. He's got a tea house there. That's why it's regarded R2, not R1, because he went in front of the appeal board as well and got that clarified as well. I didn't know I should have brought a witness that could have verified that. And there was no request for in the documents that I received explaining why my consideration of a limited value, what documents I would need.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From the board?
No, I don't have any questions.
No questions? Okay.
Just a question on the complaint form. You have here the requested assessed value at $1.239 million. That's the assessed value, is it not?
Oh, well, I didn't.
And you did actually mention 1.15, so
Oh,
is that the request?
that's what I'm requesting,
Right.
1.15,
Okay. Thank you very much.
in that range.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
More questions from yourself? I have some, sir. You mentioned a number of times you weren't requested to provide certain things. I'm looking at the complaint form, complaint package, sorry, page C1, complaint package C1, page 207, from Ms. Bannerman. If you have any information, ID letters from developers, surveyors, et cetera, that you would like to share, did you provide any of that to her?
No, I don't have the lot listed for sale or anything.
No, but to lower your assessed value, you mentioned the Rock Ridge and undevelopability of that. And
Well,
those
I
sorts of
provided
things.
her a document for the sale of 125 Walker. That's within the time frame. That's sold for $833,000, which is well below the 1.2 million assessment.
Well, I understand, sir, but this is 156 McNeil,
Yeah.
where information was requested,
Okay,
and
no,
and you
I
didn't have to provide for her.
No, I didn't provide any of that.
Okay. What else do I have? The Rock Ridge,
I would remind you as well, though, the other assessor listened to my initial complaint. His name was Lance. He came, he went and looked at it and toured the property and came back, and he did lower the assessment because of, I assume, was my concerns about the property being assessed too high, and based on the previous sale price of the property versus the assessment value. So 2 examples of sales of the property well below the assessed value of the property.
okay. In the respondent's disclosure on, and this is, I realize this is Ms. Bannerman's evidence, but the disclosure, page 6 of 51, is the aerial view, and the lot appears to be fairly heavily treed. Is that the current state of it?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much. Ms. Bannerman?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present our case today regarding the assessment of the subject property at $1,239,000. I will demonstrate in my presentation that the assessment complies with legislative requirements. It reflects the market value and is both fair and equitable. So with regard, actually, no, I was going to bring you back to, or start off with the photos of the subject property. So on pages 451 of my information, you can see that it is heavily treed, and there is that gazebo, or what was called the tea house. You can see a bit of an outline of that in the photograph as well. And then on page 5 and 6 of my submission, you can see that the property is a regular shaped lot. It's a large lot, and it is in close proximity to the Bow River. So just to go through a little bit of the legislative context, so on pages 8 through, I think we'll go through 10 here. So property assessments in the town of Camler are prepared annually in compliance with the Municipal Government Act and the matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation. So as is required by matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation, assessments reflect the market value using the mass appraisal process. Market value is defined as the amount a property would realize in an open market between a willing buyer and seller as of the valuation date, which is July 1st, 2023, with the physical conditions as of December 31st, 2023. So this property was valued using the market modified cost approach. And this reflects typical market behavior, and we do have sufficient sales overall to derive accurate assessments. This method is appropriate as it mirrors the actions of buyers and sellers in the residential market. So comparable sales data from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023 were analyzed. They were adjusted for time and they were used to develop the models, ensuring that the assessments reflect the current market conditions. These models are then applied back to all of the properties that are within that stratification. So just to address the complainant's questions, or I guess statement about the previous assessor who had made changes to the property assessment a few years back. So yes, that was Mr. Wailagi. And the changes that were made to the property at that time were only to remove the improvement value. So the subject property, the improvement that we have on there, and I'm just show you, I'm bringing you to page 12. So the improvement value is sitting at $1,000, which is our nominal value. So basically not worth anything. The entire assessment is based on the land. So that was the change that the previous assessor had made to this property, which probably maybe wasn't as clearly communicated to the property owner as it should have been, but that was the only change. There was nothing done to the land itself to address any of the issues that the complainant has mentioned regarding the rock ridge and shale and things like that. We haven't received any information from the property owner, although we had requested and would look at if there was any kind of information showing that this property shouldn't be treated the same as any other property in the town of Canmore. So we're just going to talk a little bit now about fairness and equity. So the assessment is consistent with the valuation standards applied to all the similar properties within the same neighborhood and reflecting the same type of market. The sales validation process was conducted. Any discrepancies in assessed values between the properties are directly attributable to the differences in size, location, and physical characteristics. We can see from the information on page, still on page 12, just that this is a 14,743 square foot lot. So it's significantly larger than most of the vacant lots in town that could be redeveloped and are zoned. So this property is zoned as, sorry, bear with me. It's zoned as R1, so it supports the residential detached property on that. So just to address the complainant's concerns, specifically with regards to year-over-year assessment changes, we're required to prepare assessments annually. Annual assessments are required by legislation and are independent of previous year's assessments. They're independent of previous year's board decisions. Every year, it's a new slate. We prepare new assessments based on the market information, the property characteristics. Increases or decreases result from updated sales data, any market conditions, and any changes to the physical characteristics of the property. The courts and review boards have consistently held that a significant year-over-year increase does not alone demonstrate that the assessment is incorrect, and I provided those decisions for your reference as well. So the onus is on the complainant to provide convincing evidence that the assessment is incorrect and to substantiate what a proposed alternate value should be. In this case, there's been no substantive evidence provided by the complainant to demonstrate either an error in the assessment or even to support a credible alternative value. The respondent has provided validated comparable sales from the same neighborhood and demonstrated how they support the assessed value of $1,239,000. And that's on pages 18 through to 19. So adjustments, including those for time and property characteristics, from the information that we've provided, confirm the subject property's valuation and that it's equitable and consistent with the market. So just in conclusion, the assessment of $1,239,000 for the subject property reflects its market value. It complies with legislative requirements and is both fair and equitable when compared to similar properties in the town of Canmore. The complainant has not met the burden of proof to demonstrate that the assessment is incorrect based on any data correct characteristics that they've raised in their argument. There's been no evidence to show that the market value of the property would be impacted. So based on the information that I presented, I respectfully ask that the board confirm the assessment at $1,239,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any questions of the respondent?
First question is, why didn't the property of 125 Walker be included in the assessment comparative properties that sold for $833,000 versus assessment well into the millions?
So I can respond, and I don't have the specific sale in front of me, which I apologize for. I can respond that there will be times that we wouldn't include in our submission every sale. We're looking for the most comparable sales to the subject property. So I can't speak to comparability of that. And also, as mentioned in my presentation, we're looking at sales from July 1st, 2020 up until June 30th, 2023. And so that would be the land title transfer date. So sometimes there would be a difference between an MLS sale date before it's actually registered on land title. So that may have been one of the reasons that it was excluded, and I can't say for sure. And another reason is that sometimes some sales are just outliers. So they're not reflective of the typical market conditions. And rather than cause confusion by bringing outliers forward, we would take the mass, which is the majority of the properties, which would be more reflective of the property to support the assessment. So I can't speak for why it wasn't included, and I apologize for that, but that is some of the possible reasons why it would have been excluded.
But would you accept the fact that 125 Walker is within the same area that you're using as a comparison for the other two properties that are sales that are within the same time frame and were sold at a much higher value, but it indicates that in 2023, the sales price is much lower than what it might have sold in 2020?
And I'm sorry, again, I don't have the information on that sale in front of me, so I can't speak to that specific sale. I don't know what the lot size was. I don't know what any of these site attributes are. I can't speak that it's identical. I can just give you the reasons of why it may have been excluded in the respondent's package.
Did you look at my respondent package? The real estate listing and the sale date and the roll number was listed in that package. What more information do you need to include something like that in the assessment? You need to provide
and again,
other documents?
I'm here to answer questions regarding the information that I've provided in my submission. I don't have that information in my submission, and unfortunately I can't answer it. You have the information obviously in your submission, and that's information that you could definitely, and you did in your presentation, you did bring that up. For me, I have nothing to respond to with regards to that, and unfortunately I don't have the information in front of me right now.
Okay, I'll go to my next question where you talk about equitable. In the evaluation of the two properties that were sold in the Walker area, you increased the property value from 2023 to 2024 by around 6%. Is that not correct? Again,
I don't have the percentages in my submission, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't have the same information as you're bringing forward.
Let me summarize where I'm going with this. The two properties were increased from within that framework of sales by 6%.
Mr. Smith, this is for questioning. This is not for presenting something different.
Well, I'll ask her the question. if you talk about fairness of properties consistent, how can my property be assessed at a 13.8% value higher when the two properties that were sold were increased by 6%, and the two properties directly on my street in the same area, their assessment went up only 6%, but mine went up 13.8%. That doesn't sound to me to be consistent. What's your explanation?
So as I mentioned before, assessments are created on an annual basis. There's going to be a typical assessment increase, for which the town of Canmore saw a roughly 12% increase in assessed values last year. But there's also going to be a range. So the typical is just that, it's the middle ground, and you're going to have a range depending on the various different property characteristics. Some are going to be higher and some are going to be lower. So not everything, we don't just take our assessed values from the previous year and take one market increase and apply that across the board to everything. What we're doing is we're looking at all the different property characteristics. In our experience, especially in the last few years, obviously redevelopment land has increased significantly in the town of Canmore. We've seen that in redevelopment areas such as South Canmore. We're seeing it now in the Lions Park neighborhood, and we're seeing it in Homestead's Three Sisters. It's across the board where land is becoming more and more valuable, and the improvements are not as valuable until they're redeveloped. So some of the impacts on that is that, yes, maybe some of the land assessments may have increased more than the improved properties because those improved properties were already higher. So that's why I'm saying when you're looking at something like that, you've got to compare apples to apples, and to look at an assessment increase for an improved property versus the assessment increase for your vacant property, it isn't really looking at it through the lens. At the end of the day, when we're preparing assessments, we're looking at the market value of that property as of July 1st, 2023, and we have to use mass appraisal principles. So looking at it just on an assessment change per year is not reflective of what the market value is.
Okay, next question. Did you inspect the property?
My colleague at the time did inspect the property. It's a vacant lot with a small tea house, is what they call it, which has very little value to it. Like I mentioned before, it's $1,000, which is considered a nominal value. The majority of the value of the property is land. We can see from the aerial maps, from exterior photographs of the area, we can see the property. So did I physically inspect a vacant lot? No. However, we have enough information from my colleague and from aerial maps that we are quite comfortable that the data is correct until at such time, if you do want to bring us additional information showing why this property isn't reflective of a typical property within the town of Canmore, specifically within your neighborhood, we'd definitely be willing to look at that. But at this time, we're treating it like a typical property.
What type of documentation do you need to prove a assessed value through a real estate company?
No, not through a real estate company. I think if you're looking to provide additional information, it really would be some sort of developer, some sort of engineer saying that there's something that is impairing the ability of that property to be redeveloped or developed into something. We've seen in the town of Canmore, obviously, most of the town, well, all of the town is on the mountains. There's all sorts of creative developments that are occurring. You can look on Bow Valley Trail, right by the hospital, nice triangular, tourist home kind of property. We have properties in cairns that are built below grade. So we see all sorts of creative ways that properties are being built because of the mountains, because of this, the landscaping, and it's not impeding the overall development of the properties. So until we see something concrete, we're treating you the same, or your property is being treated the same as any other property in the mountains.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. From the board? Is that?
Yes, I have a question. Ms. Bannerman, I just wanted to understand better sort of the categorization of a vacant lot versus a developed lot. Is there sort of a rate or a code that you assign to something that's undeveloped? versus, something that has a house on it? Or do you base it on the fact that it is designated residential R1 and then just assign sort of a per square foot basis cost?
So this property is actually considered improved because of the tea house that's on it. So it's not considered a vacant lot. It is considered improved. However, there's no dwelling on it. And like I said, the tea house is getting nominal value of $1,000. The majority of the value is attributable to the land. So when we value the vacant lots in town, not just in this neighborhood, but we actually, and even the improved properties, because we value the houses in the town of Canmore using the market modified cost approach, the cost approach has the two pieces to it. So you have the land and then you have the improvements. And so we always start and we value that land separately. So that same lot value is being applied to the improved and the vacant parcels, not just to the vacant parcels. And then after that, we apply, using the cost approach, market modified cost approach, we add the improvements to it, and then we modify anything that needs to be done after that time because we use a fairly old cost manual. We modify that to the current market conditions based on sales in the area.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, any questions?
Our $1,000 worth of nominal improvements, which seem to have been getting quite a bit of attention, is that characterization carried forward every year when you're doing your assessments?
Yes, that adjustment. So my colleague a few years ago went out, inspected the property and changed the improvement value on that parcel to be nominal. So the $1,000, that same $1,000 sits on it for perpetuity until, say, there's a development permit or it's demolished or, any of that kind of thing. So it's not something we're looking at ever increasing the value on. It really doesn't have a lot of value in our opinion. It's land that's valuable here. Did that answer your question?
It did answer that question, but it does lead to another one. So at that time, my understanding from the complainant was that an inspection was done and that perhaps the limitations of the site for development were noted at that time. But are you saying that in your records that is not the case?
That's correct. So the information on the changes that were made to this property were just on the improved portion. There was no adjustment made for anything on the land.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I have no questions. Ms. Williams more or less asked my question. Mr. Smith, it's your opportunity for rebuttal.
Yes, I would like to clarify the whole issue of removal of the tea house. In the year 2020, when I went to Lance, he went and inspected the property. He acknowledged that there's limitations to me verbally, that there's limitations to this property. He said, but it's much easier for me to lower the value of the tea house and that to $1,000, so we'll lower your assessed value. Would you be happy with this? I sent him an email, and requesting if I do this, your recommendation, rather than lowering the actual value of the property, is this going to hurt me in the long term? And I have his email saying, no, it's not going to hurt you in the long term. And so by what I'm seeing is that by agreeing to allow the reduction in the tea house and all that, and not recognizing there was limitations on the property at the time, and then a new assessor comes in, has no record of it, comes in, and all of a sudden, in 2 years, jacks my assessment up by 50%. I think there's something lacking in the system, and I think they took advantage of me accepting a lower valuation just to get my taxes lower rather than focusing on the property itself. I have that email, and it was included in the package.
Ms. Bannerman, did you have any questions for Mr. Smith?
Yeah, just a little bit of clarification because, obviously I worked with Lance, we were coworkers, and we did discuss this case, and I don't have any information regarding any kind of land issue that was found at the time. I'm not seeing, and I'm just looking a little bit more carefully at everything here, but I'm not seeing any kind of email from Lance saying that it is specific to where there was any adjustment made, which would have been confirmed by Lance at the time, on the land itself. Yeah, and I'm looking at it now on pages of your R2, I believe, pages 6, where there's the emails from Lance. And it looks like he was specific, if we look on pages 7, he was specific to it being the improvement value and to you as well. And even, I'm sorry, I'm reading this, I'll read it out loud. The email from Lance from March 10th, 2020 reads, thank you for my patience. I was at the property last week and updated my exterior photos and reviewed the file. In my opinion, since the highest and best use of the property is for single family development, I believe there's little value in the existing improvement. My recommendation is to place a nominal value of $1,000, which would reduce the overall value of the assessment. So just for clarification, just to save any kind of confusion, my colleague was very specific. It was the improvement of the property at the time.
Since you're referring to that same, I have that one in front of me, but also he came back and he says, "Hi, Vince. Honestly, I don't think there will be any negative ramifications in reducing the improvement value.
Yeah.
Even though my initial appeal was based on the property value, the sales being much lower than the assessed value, the focus was on the property. He ended up lowering it. So that's why I asked the question, should I have focused on lowering the property value versus the infrastructure that's on the property? And he came back, he says, no, I don't think there's any ramifications to that. And because of that, there's no record in the system of what he saw as limitations to this property. So you may not have records. I have the record, which suggested to me that there wouldn't be any ramifications, but in actual fact, there has been ramifications because there's no record documented of what my concerns were by the assessor at the time.
So this was, I should have asked a question, sorry, rather than bringing the board's attention to the email. I apologize for that. It was bad form. So I guess with regards to the rebuttal evidence and whether I have any questions, the answer is no, and I apologize for the poor process.
Any further questions, Ms. Bannerman, for Mr.?
No, I think we've addressed.
Okay. Questions from the board? Ms. Ouellette?
I don't have any.
No. Ms. Williams?
I do. We seem to have a lot of photos of the property under snow. So I was wondering if... I included 2 photos that are not snow. And if I went to the property and it wasn't under snow, would this rock ridge be clearly visible to me?
No, because it'd be all in
No, if we were in summer or,
You see it much clearer
yeah,
in the significant elevation
right,
of the ridge that runs through this versus, and how the ridge runs from sideways rather than front to back.
right. And how high would it be at its highest point?
Oh, I'm an engineer, but I'm a chemical engineer. It's got to be from the low point up to the high point of at least 30 to 50 feet.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions, sir. I'm going to take you to page 2 of your 11-page rebuttal. And it's about the rock ridge. The lot is not flat and has a large rock ridge running across the property, limiting the development potential of the lot and significantly increasing the development costs in removing rock if practical. How do I put this? So you say the cost of removing rock will be significant. Do you have a ballpark figure or anything anecdotally? No?
I just know that when you sell it, I know I couldn't, if I right now took the assessed value and added 6%, I'm confident, I put it on the market for three months, it would not sell at that price. And maybe that's what I need to do next year to come forward again and say, look, it will not sell for this.
You mentioned that, and sorry, I don't have the page, but you
No, go
mentioned how
ahead.
this thing runs basically in the back third of the lot?
If you divide the lot into thirds from front
Yeah.
to back,
Yeah.
it's about right in the middle of 2/3 or 66% from the front of the property to where the ridge is at its peak. Because after the ridge, it starts dropping off as well.
Okay, I'm still not grasping the distance. So from the front of the lot to the back of the lot, the ridge starts about 2/3 into the lot?
That's where the peak is, at 2/3.
That's where the peak is,
The peak
okay.
is at 2/3 of the lot.
Okay, but you don't know how deep it goes or anything like that, this ridge?
Well, it's all rock.
Yeah,
But in Canmore, a lot of it's shale. But when they built my house, they ran into hard rock and could not finish the back part of the residence. But I didn't know how
They
to
couldn't-
bring proof of that.
yeah, okay. I was going to say they couldn't.
And as I said, when Marvin subdivided, he went and I didn't bring him here, but he had options on both lots. He kept one that he converted. His plan was to the middle lot, which is 156. His plan was to build a house there. He went through all the design architecture, and when we went through the engineering, he then moved it over to the other lot. And then he eventually sold in 2016 both lots, and then the lot was sold again in 2019. They sold the house but not the lot and listed the lot separately, and that's when I bought the lot.
But going back to what you were saying, that they couldn't remove the rock because it was hard, do you mean they couldn't remove it using conventional means, i.e. just a normal hoe? Or
An excavator.
They couldn't use.
Couldn't move.
But did they, whoever they are, did they mention the possibility of using what's called a break point?
I
breaker
wasn't
or-
into that specifics
Okay.
at the time.
Okay.
I reviewed it with the previous owner, Marvin, and the history of it, and I knew what mine was. But
Okay. Okay. I don't have any more questions. Opportunity now is for summation. Mr. Smith, it's your opportunity to submit, or sum up your,
yeah, as I said, there's two reasons primarily because of the valuations of the comparative properties. And I also want to expand on that based on what was just reported by Benchmark. The whole approach to the assessment is supposedly apples to apples and consistency between overall properties. It's an overall statement, but I think I've presented evidence that says that the two properties that were provided were increased by 6% in assessment. Two other properties that are directly on the street that I'm on increased 6%. Four properties increased 6%. Mine increased almost 14%. And then on top of that, there's a record of sale that was much lower at the time. It was brought forward to the attention in my report, and it has not been considered by Benchmark as part of the assessment, and it should have been included in there. That would have lowered the overall sales price of those properties in Walker, because her whole argument for assessed sales on a comparative basis were this Walker area, two properties. And then finally, my second argument is based on the limitations of the property, but the evidence there is the previous sale of the house versus the assessed value, and it's inconsistent that the assessment, this property will sell at the assessed value or higher. It will sell at a lower price. That's my feeling at this point. That's why I feel that the 1.15 range of assessment is more appropriate than what's proposed by Bannerman and Associates. Thank you.
Ms. Bannerman, your opportunity.
Sure, thank you. So the assessment of $1,239,000 for the subject property, I believe, reflects its market value. It complies with the legislative requirements, and it's both fair and equitable when compared to similar properties in the town of Canmore. There hasn't been any evidence provided to show that it should be treated differently than other similar properties in the town of Canmore. As mentioned, we're required to prepare assessments on an annual basis. Various properties will have changes in assessment that could be an entire range. Using assessment change as a precursor to, an assessed value would be both against the legislation and against fairness for properties in town. So based on the information that we've presented, I respectfully request that the board confirms the assessment of the subject property at $1,239,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, you have last word.
No further comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your cooperation and presentations. I would this time ask both parties if they feel they have been heard today and if they feel they've received a fair hearing. Mr. Smith, do you feel you've received a fair hearing? If you wanted to say something, you can stand at the mic, please, so we can record it.
I feel that the ARB is fair and consistent. I find that Benchmark is very much, they may be using the provincial regulations, but for a Canmore resident who asks for clarification and requirements or why assessment prior to coming to this board, I find that Benchmark is lacking in their willingness to submit documents.
Mr. Smith, it's a case of, has the board heard you?
Oh,
And do you think
yes.
we've been fair?
I'm happy.
I can't let you get into that other part. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Ms. Bannerman, did you feel you've had a fair and,
I do. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you. I'll now declare the hearing closed. no further evidence or submissions may be received by the board. The Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Thank you. We're closed. Good morning and welcome to this Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I would like to remind everyone that the ARB hearings are open to the public and this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 10592. Municipal address is 517 4th Street. Legal description is Lot 16, Block 80, Plan 1095F. I'm going to start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley. I am the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are Michelle Ouellette to my left and Andrea Williams to my right. Does anybody present have objections to this panel as constituted? The complainant? No. No? Ms. Bannerman, any complaints?
No objections, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to now have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Would you please state for the name your record, sorry. Please state for the record your name, organization, your role in the hearing. Please indicate whether or not you're the owner of the property under complaint.
Yeah, hi. It's Paul Vita. I'm the owner of 517 4th Street in south part of Canmore.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman?
My name is Deanne Bannerman, and I provide the contracted assessment services for the town of Canmore.
Thank you. Our standard practice is to first have the complainant present all of their evidence, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant will then have the opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break, or if a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as was it laid out? Mr. Waja?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman?
I have no questions. I do want to just bring up that I do have two preliminary issues I'd like to address.
Very good. We'll get to that in a second.
Thank you.
I see both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all the documents for the record now. This won't stop anybody from raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everyone comfortable with this procedure? Sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bannerman?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Now, preliminary issues for the panel to address. Mr. Waja?
Do I go through my thing now?
Yeah, do you have procedural?
No, no procedural.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I jumped the gun.
The evidence that was received by the Assessment Review Board, we have three packages. A complainant package C1, which was the original complaint form, included 4 pages. We have a complainant package C2, which was a complainant rebuttal, 9 pages. And we have a respondent package R1, which is respondent disclosure of 47 pages.
Thank you. Now, we can get to preliminary issues for the panel to address. Mr., you said you do or don't?
So I just go through what I want to say?
No, this is if there's issues to address before the hearing.
No, I'm fine.
Ms. Bannerman?
Yes, thank you. I do have 2 preliminary issues I'd like to address. So I'm here to respectfully request the dismissal of the complaint regarding the 2023 property assessment, the assessed value being $3,198,000. So the 2 preliminary issues that I'd like to address, the first is the lack of evidence provided by the complainant. There was no disclosure provided other than the complaint form. And the second is the new information which was provided through the rebuttal document, which wasn't responding to anything in my response and was new information. So I'm going to outline the key issues supported by the relevant legislation to demonstrate why the complaint should be dismissed. So on my page 3, actually, we don't have to go there, but the first issue is, has the complainant met the onus under section 460 sub 9 of the MGA? Under this section, the complainant bears the responsibility to demonstrate how the current assessment is incorrect. However, in this case, the complainant has provided little to no evidence or supporting documentation that challenges the assessment at $3,198,000. The second issue is, has the complainant met the evidentiary burden of proof under section 460 sub 9? The complainant must not only show the current assessment is incorrect, but they must also provide compelling evidence that the requested value is correct. Without any documentation or argument, the complainant has not met this burden of proof as required by the legislation to support their claim. And then the third issue, should the complaint be dismissed for non-compliance with section 460 sub 9? The complainant was required to provide disclosure of documentary evidence and any written argument by November 5th, 2024. The complainant was notified of this legislated date from the notice of hearing, which was sent by the Assessment Review Board clerk on July 10th, 2024, and clearly outlined the complainant's responsibilities for disclosure timelines. It's important to note that the complainant has failed to provide evidence or argument by this deadline, either to the Assessment Review Board clerk or to the respondent. The only information provided was on the original complaint form. It is the responsibility of the complainant to provide evidence and argument to demonstrate why their assessment is incorrect. Because of this non-compliance, the board must now consider whether to dismiss the complaint under section 467 sub 2 of the MGA, which states an assessment review board must dismiss a complaint that was not made within the proper time or does not comply with section 460 sub 9, which is listed in the material that I have. So additional information was attempted to be submitted as part of the complainant's rebuttal. According to natural justice and the legislation, both parties can provide rebuttal, but it is not an opportunity to present new evidence. Rebuttal evidence is only permitted where information meets 2 criteria set out in the case law. In order to be admissible as rebuttal evidence, such information must be both necessary to answer a matter raised, which was first raised by the respondent, and B, information in which the complainant could not reasonably have anticipated when the complainant first presented its case. If the information does not meet both of these criteria, it is not properly admitted as rebuttal evidence. The complainant cannot wait until it receives the respondent's reply and then present additional evidence to bolster its case, raise additional issues, or provide the rest of its evidence. It is contrary to the rules of natural justice to allow the complainant to split its case and therefore deprive the respondent of the opportunity to answer all of the complainant's evidence in a thorough and meaningful fashion, if at all. So I have some legislative references. So sections 5 sub 2C and 9 sub 2C of matters relating to assessment complaints regulations state as follows with respect to the disclosure of evidence before a local or composite assessment review board. This section states that the complainant must, at least 3 or 7 days before hearing date, disclose to the respondent and the local or composite assessment review board the documentary evidence, a summary of the testimonial evidence, including any signed witness reports and any written argument that the complainant intends to present at the hearing, in rebuttal to the disclosure made under Clause B. So there have been decisions regarding the introduction of new evidence through rebuttal. And the new evidence should have been properly in the complainant's original submission. There was no reason why the information that's been presented in rebuttal shouldn't or couldn't have been put in the complainant's original case. As I mentioned, the complainant did not provide disclosure other than their complaint form. And then now, through rebuttal, after the respondent has already had to prepare their information and doesn't have another opportunity to reply to the rebuttal evidence. So it really shouldn't be allowed to remain for the board to decide on. So the board is subject to the rules of natural justice. it is not just to permit the complainant to present new evidence in the form of rebuttal. If the complainant could have presented the evidence in its submission, it should not be permitted to present it after the fact. So the decisions, the leading decision regarding rebuttal, it isn't regarding assessment, but it is a Supreme Court of Canada decision, R versus Cross, Krause, 1986, to SCR 466. And this decision in paragraph 15, it states that at the onset, it may be observed that the law relating to the calling of rebuttal evidence in criminal cases derived originally from and remains generally consistent with the rules of law and practices governing the procedures followed in civil and criminal trials. The general rule is that the Crown, or in a civil matters, the plaintiff, will not be allowed to split its case. The Crown or plaintiff must produce and enter in its own case all the clearly relevant evidence it has or that it intends to reply upon to establish its case with respect to all the issues raised in the pleadings. This rule prevents unfair surprise, prejudice, and confusion that could result if the Crown or the plaintiff were allowed to split its case. That is to put in part of its evidence as much as deemed necessary at the onset, and then to close the case and after the defense is complete, add further evidence to bolster their position originally advanced. The underlying reason for this rule is that the defendant or the accused is entitled at the close of the Crown's case to have before it the full case for the Crown so that it is known from the onset what must be met in response. Again, like I mentioned, we have not had the opportunity to respond to the new information that was prepared or provided in rebuttal. And now when talking about the original complaint form and the information there, we mentioned the onus of proof. It directly falls on the complainant. It is the responsibility of the complainant to demonstrate that their assessment's incorrect, how it's incorrect, and what the correct assessment should be. So in conclusion, we're submitting that the complainant has not met their responsibilities under Section 460(9) of the Municipal Government Act. They have failed to provide evidence to support their claim that the 2023 assessment of $3,198,000 is incorrect. The onus and burden of proof remain with the complainant, and in this case, both have not been satisfied. Therefore, I respectfully request that the complaint be dismissed under Section 467 sub 2 of the MGA for non-compliance with disclosure requirements. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Fine, there's only one document there in this whole thing. I was in Europe from June to November 5th. I came in, sent it in November 6th, told I'm a little late. There's only one document that's new to this whole process. And it's a public document that they actually create. So, regardless, my issue with Benchmark is lack of transparency. On my original request, I asked for 2 documents. None were provided. Benchmark claims there's an auditor report out there saying that 3-level homes are inequitably assessed. Fine. Where's that document? Never provided. Ms. Bannerman said, go appeal. So I did appeal. Still no document. Second question. I live in an area where the city does not allow, or the town does not allow us to build basements because of the water table. We're on 4th Street. I built this house 8 years ago. No basement allowed. So I asked a question, simple question to her. Still no response. Does a 3-level house get assessed the same way as another house in Canmore that has a basement and has 2 levels based on the same amount of square footage? Mine could be 3,000 square feet because it's above ground. Theirs could be 2,000 square feet because they have 1,000 square feet below ground. Is the assessment the same? No response. That's why I'm here, because of lack of transparency by Benchmark. Your mayor, my mayor, said there's going to be transparency. There is no transparency. And even in their documents, My thing has been, my assessment has gone up 74% in 2 years. Show me one other house that's gone up 74%. Probably none. My taxes went up 44% last year. That's a tax I had to pay, 44%. Two simple documents I'm asking for, not provided by Benchmark. Yes, I was late by 1 day. All the data I provided is on your public website, which they have. So them to come in and say, hey, I split the case, I didn't split the case. Forget about that stuff. Where is the documents that they claimed that I asked for to prove that three-level homes are assessed at a different rate or there's been an error by whoever? They won't provide it. So I believe they're playing games, Benchmark. So you guys can decide how you want to do it, but they are not a reputable company because they claim there's transparency. The mayor claims there's transparency. There is no transparency.
Okay. Ms. Bannerman, I'm going to ask very quickly, and then I'm going to ask the board where they want to proceed. Mr. Wages indicated information was requested was not provided. Is that the case?
I believe the information he's referring to was the audit recommendation that we received regarding the 3-story, no basement homes. This wasn't recommended in any kind of formal document. It was actually verbally or by email provided by the actual auditor for us, ourselves, from last year's assessment. So there's nothing formal to be providing other than the fact that we've been told, and we were transparent in that, in telling the property owner that we were told by the provincial auditor that we need to review our 3-story, no basement valuations for last year's property assessments.
Okay, I'm going to ask the board, do you wish to caucus and discuss this further? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like a minute to determine if we're going to proceed. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, I just want to take like 5 minutes and just debate amongst ourselves and then decide.
You can Okay, Ms. Bannerman, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for your patience. This is a very difficult issue for us. The board has considered it. The board has decided to proceed with the hearing with the following conditions. The complainant's rebuttal is disallowed and will not be considered as evidence by the board. And the reason for that is the board feels it does not meet the criteria for rebuttal of the respondent's information. On the three-story issue that you've raised, Mr. Vida, the complainant can question the respondent as is both part of his complaint package and it is also part of the respondent's disclosure, page 43. Ms. Dalrymple, with respect to receipt of documents, can you confirm that all documents were received on time?
Yes, all documents that were read in as evidence were received on time for their required disclosure dates.
Thank you. I believe that has dealt with procedural issues, or, sorry, preliminary issues. Any others to address?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Vida, if you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Okay, I guess maybe there is one procedural issue. Based on what, is it Ms. Bannerman? Yeah, Ms. Bannerman said with regard to the auditor's report. What is it? Who was that guy? The provincial, in her email to me, about the two-story versus the three-story. The provincial auditor. If I heard correctly, and hopefully it's on, the camera and everything, that there is no report. Is that correct? There's no report where it states that we've been inequitably compared to two-story homes. And I believe she mentioned that it was a verbal. I am more than perplexed now and more worried about this whole process.
Okay, well, again, sir.
No.
Again, sir, if you want to question that, I think you can ask her at the time.
Okay, all right, I
It's
can
on-
ask her.
Yeah, no, because again,
Because that's going to be a bigger
The
issue.
three-story issue is mentioned both on yours.
Yeah, no,
and
I'm
her
okay.
disclosure.
I'll go through mine, but that'll be
All
a
right.
question. But I think, all I'm going to say on record, because I want it on record, if there's no written document there, and it's a verbal, we have a bigger problem. That's like me coming to you and saying, oh, by the way, Mr. Buckley, I'm going to raise your assessment by 45%. Thank you very much. You wouldn't be happy about that either. So going back to my assessment, my property tax increase last year was 44%. That's taxes I had to pay from 23 to 24. They claimed, the mayor claimed it's all transparent, we're going to have an 8% increase. Obviously, that didn't work out very, very well. So I tried to get some answers from Ms. Bannerman. Sent a few letters, a few emails, asking why my assessment went from 30% in 1 year. I got the response that the provincial auditor stated that we are inequitably compared to two-story homes. So we'll get to that. From 22 to 23, it was a 33% increase. So in 2 years, my house has been assessed at 74% increase. Okay, which to me, I'd like to know if there's any other house out there that's been that. In the documents that Ms. Bannerman provided to my response, I'll go through them on whatever page it is. It's her comparable saying, hey, these are value per square foot of living for this year. My house is at an increase of 30.4%. The next one's 14.7, 15.8, another guy at 29.5, and 15.9. So if you look at that in grand total, I'm saying, okay, is it 14%, 15%, 20%? How do you get 30% out of that based on the information that she provided? Not me, that's her information. So I question how that's calculated. So I thought, okay, I'll ask those two questions. What is the difference on a house in South Canmore where you're not allowed to build a basement? And is that a 3-story house, which could be a 2 or a 3? Is that different versus a house with a basement and 2 stories? I didn't get a response. So on the website, which Ms. Bannerman, I believe, creates, so her to say that it's new evidence, it's not really new evidence. I did a small comparison, not up in Three Sisters, not up in other areas, but in my area where I live, in South Canmore, to see what the average increase of house prices is. And it's there, and it varies, obviously. Not very many 30%ers in there, a lot of 6%, 10%, and so on. So my whole question is, I don't understand how one house or a couple houses that are 3-story, that there's no written documentation that we are inequitably treated, all of a sudden we are picked on at 30%. It seems that number has come out of thin air, and that's why I'm questioning it. I understand 15% because everybody else is getting 15%. Some of these older homes right next to me are small, they have basements. They've been increased by 6%, 7%. I fully understand that. Other houses are 2-story, 3-story, they're in the range of 15%. All of a sudden mine is 74% in 2 years. And I'm asking very simple questions and I get no responses. So I would like to have mine assessed equitably with everybody else. Because right now I have no proof by anybody that I've been inequitably treated. So here's the conundrum that we're in now. If there's no written document saying that we were inequitably treated, and now we're trying to make up for that, I am going to go to every single 3-level home in Canmore and get a petition going saying this has been completely unjustified based on the information. Based on, if it was a written document somewhere, I'm fine with it. I can live with it. But coming out of Ms. Bannerman, she did state, and it's on record, that it was a verbal. I'm sure you wouldn't accept a verbal thing either. So this is where I'm at. I'm happy at a 15% increase. I am not going to sit lightly for a 30% increase. So I will be going, if I don't get what I want, I am going to be going to all 3-level homes. We'll be coming back to council, and we're going to be asking for proof that we've been treated inequitably. Because I think we're being treated inequitably now, based on the documents I've got, or lack of documents. So show me the documents, is all I'm asking. I'm a very easygoing guy. Give me the documents, and I'll walk away. But I want them in writing. And not going back saying, I told you verbally 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And I will go back even further. If this started 2, 3 years ago, I will be going for restitution back then too, because that's illegal what they did. That's all I got to say. Give me the facts. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman, you have the opportunity to question the complainant. Mr. Vida, she may have questions of you.
Sorry.
Ms. Bannerman, did you have any questions of Mr. Vida?
Sorry, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. The board, I'm sorry, Mr. Vida. It's been a heck of a morning. The board head might have questions. My apologies. Questions? Sorry. Turn you on, don't I?
Thanks. I have a question,
Sure.
sir. In the disclosure you provided with your complainant package, it says in the email from Benchmark that there was a report attached detailing how your assessment was prepared. And I don't see the report attached. Was it simply this report?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, I can ask the assessor the same question as to what report was attached.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The $2.745 million that you have on the requested assessed value, what is that based on, if you could just clarify?
15%,
Right, okay, you've just taken the,
like everybody else.
right, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a question, but just
Sure.
give me just a second. On your complaint package, the information, the email sent by Ms. Bannerman to you back on Monday, the 15th of April, discrepancy was identified through review prompted by findings from the provincial auditor. Da, 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 da. You may have stated this already or answered already. Did you go to the provincial auditor and ask for that review?
I did not,
Okay.
because it came in this email, and if she's stating that the provincial auditor said that, she should have the document. Why is she making this, why is she making, the reason, my rationale on that thinking is, I get a response saying there's been a review, through a thorough review prompted by the findings from the provincial auditor, where 3-story homes were being treated inequitably compared to 2-story homes. For her to come in and say, you're getting a 30% increase, she must have the report. So I asked, where's the report? Show it to me.
Granted, sir, but if you made the request on April 15th and you didn't get it in a timely fashion from her, did you think about trying the auditor and saying?
I did, but I was in,
I
I was thinking about it, but I was in Europe
Oh, I
for
see.
5 months, so
Okay,
I said, I asked, and I also asked about the question about the 2-story homes, basement versus non-basement. Who am I supposed to ask for that?
I guess,
The-
yeah, I-
Not the auditor, Ms. Bannerman. She's the one who's providing me the data, so I go back to where the data comes from.
okay.
And you know, maybe it's bad or my fault for not going to the auditor, but based on what she said, I wouldn't have had a report anyway, because it was verbal.
But there's a, yeah, prompted by findings from the provincial auditor, okay. You've answered my question, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm good.
I think we're done, yep. Thank you. Ms. Bannerman,
Hello?
your time?
All right, since I didn't have the opportunity to respond to some of the new information that was brought in through rebuttal, although I appreciate that it's not going to be used as evidence in this case, I'm going to go through just some basic assessment practices for the board. I'll also refer to the complainant's original complaint form, just to provide some additional support. Thank you for the opportunity to present the respondent's case today regarding the assessment for the subject property at 1 million. Sorry, I have the wrong. Sorry, it's been a long morning for me too. Anyways, regarding the assessment of the subject property. So property assessments in the town of Canmore are prepared annually in compliance with the Municipal Government Act and matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation. As required by the matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation, assessments must reflect the market value using mass appraisal process. Market value is defined as the amount a property would realize in an open market between a willing buyer and seller as of the valuation date, which is July 1st, 2023, with the physical conditions as of December 31st, 2023. So in preparing the assessment, the market modified cost approach was utilized, and it typically mirrors the actions of buyers and sellers in the residential market. Comparable sales data from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023 were analyzed, adjusted for time, and used to develop the valuation models, ensuring that the assessments reflect the current market conditions. These same models are then applied back to the valuation, to the stratification. So the assessment is considered consistent with the valuation standards applied to similar properties in the same neighborhood. It reflects any premiums and property characteristics. So I just want to clarify at this point, and there is some information about ARB decisions, previous ARB decisions and court decisions regarding the year-over-year assessment changes in assessment. So assessments are required by the legislation to be annual. And they're independent of the previous year's assessments. Increases or decreases result from updated sales data, market conditions, and physical changes to property. As I said, the court and review boards have consistently held that a significant year-over-year increase does not alone demonstrate that the assessment's incorrect. Also in the information I provided, just talking a little bit about the burden of proof. So the onus is on the complainant to provide convincing evidence that the assessment is incorrect and to substantiate a proposed alternative value other than a similar percent change to the other properties in the neighborhood. And in saying that, in this case, no substantive evidence has been provided by the complainant to demonstrate that either an error is in the assessment or to support a credible alternative value. So going to the complainant's information on page 2, this is the email that was provided to the complainant by the assessor with sales comparables. Although they were not 3-story, no basement properties, as there were very few sales or no sales of 3-story, no basement properties, we were able to actually go through and look at the difference on a price per square foot between the 2023 assessment and and that's the tax year that you see in the columns. So the 2023 assessment refers to the 2023 tax year. 2024 assessment column refers to the 2024 tax year. So although unfortunately, since I didn't put this in my response, because the whole issue from the complainant has been percent changes in assessment between these various properties. Although if you calculate the property assessments on a per square foot basis, you would be able to see that there's a large discrepancy on the 2023 tax year column. There's a large discrepancy between the per square foot value of the 2-story, no basement homes and the 3-story, no basement homes. This was recommended to us by the auditor, whether it's a formal report or not. Our job as assessors is to ensure that equity is maintained. This was identified by the auditor and supported by the auditor, and we were required to make this change and justified in making this change when you look at the difference in value on a per square foot basis. So I just do, again, want to clarify that property assessments do have to represent the market value, which is the most probable price a property would sell for in the open market. There's been no evidence and no discussion actually from the complainant as to what the market value of this property actually is. The sole issue that has been brought forward is the percent change in relation to the other properties in the neighborhood, different properties, not the 3-story no basements, but the 2-story no basements or the 2-story and basements. We, as assessors, are continuously trying to improve the product to ensure that there's equity. So, in conclusion, I do feel that the assessment of the subject property reflects its market value. It complies with the legislative requirements, and it's both fair and equitable when compared to similar properties in the town of Canmore. I respectfully request that the board confirm the assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vida, you have the opportunity to question the respondent on her evidence.
I fully understand all the legal, right? I'm not going to hear debate legal things and so on and so forth. However, on this one, it's a little bit different. She claims it's a burden of proof.
Are you questioning her? Because that's what this is
Oh,
about.
yes.
This is your opportunity
I
to
am
ask
still,
her a
okay, I have to question her, okay. I still want to know the difference between a 3-level home with no basement and a 2-level home with a basement that's completed. Are they the same? Are they assessed the same way? That's question 1. 2 is, Ms. Bannerman, I am going to go to Justin Trudeau and say, you should be taxed at 85% of your income. Trust me. Do you think that's fair? With no written documentation, and then all of a sudden you're going to get taxed 85%. Because that's what's happening to me on a 3-story building with no written documentation, or I don't care what the provincial auditor said. I need to see that it's written down and how it's calculated, and you cannot provide that to me.
So in response to your questions, the second I'm not going to answer, actually, because I don't think it's relative to the property assessment that we're talking about.
It's very
So with
relevant.
regards to your first question, I would like to really say that the assessments have to be based on the market value, and that's what creates equity. Same with the mass appraisal process, that creates equity. So as for the difference between a 3-story no basement and a 2-story with basement property, it's not relevant to the conversation today. What's relevant to the conversation today is your property at market value. Does it reflect the market value of your property as of July 1st, 2023? Any other kind of discussion outside of that is irrelevant, because we're talking about your property, which is a 3-story no basement. I've provided, and even though it was excluded in your rebuttal from evidence today, I've provided an analysis for you which did show and demonstrate where your assessment was low in previous years, and I've provided the justification. You have all the things that you need in writing. It was provided to you when you originally inquired about your assessment back in April. So I don't really have anything further in writing that could be provided to you.
So I'm just supposed to trust you, I guess.
You know, it's not about trust, and the whole reason that there is an inquiry process once the assessment notices go out and there's a 67-day complaint period is so that people have the right to question their assessments, and we try our best. 99% of the property owners who inquire call us or email us during the inquiry period after the assessment notices go out. They're resolved and they're satisfied because we provide as much information as possible to try and help property owners understand how their assessments are prepared. We have a 1%, which actually ultimately end up coming to the assessment review board, and that's their right. And the assessment review board makes their own decision based on the information that's been provided to them by both parties. So it's not even a matter of trust. There's a process out there if you don't trust your assessor. I've tried to provide you with as much information as possible to help you understand. And if you don't agree with it, that's what this process is for. And that's why we're sitting here today. So I don't have any additional information to give you. I've provided you with sufficient information during the several emails that I replied back to you in. If you don't agree with your assessment, the onus is on you to show that the market value of your property is incorrect. We get audited by the provincial government on an annual basis. If the audit results don't pass, we aren't able to declare our assessment roll, and then tax notices, assessment notices, none of that would happen, and the town wouldn't have the money that it requires to run its budget. So there's a very thorough process that is involved. And for the one-ofs, the property owners who don't agree with the process or their assessment, this is the avenue, is to bring it before the board, and the board makes their decision based on the information that's been provided.
I fully agree with you. However, the issue is during an auditor's report, the auditor writes something down, especially if there's a discrepancy. It's not a verbal discrepancy saying, oh, go change this because it's under market value. It will be written down. I've been involved in auditor firms. I know exactly what an auditor does. They don't just verbally state things. They write things down to cover their butt. So where is that document saying that it's
There is no document, and
then
I
why
really
would I
want,
believe you? I can't.
through the board,
Okay.
I would really like,
Please, this isn't the place for debate. It's a time for asking questions. So I'm hearing you say you have no more questions of the respondent. Okay, thank you. To the board, any questions? Ms. Olet?
Ms. Bannerman, I have on the email from April 15th from yourself to Paul, speaking to some findings from the provincial auditor where 3-story homes are treated differently in the assessment. Is this something common to other municipalities, or is it strictly a Canmore determination? Like if I went to the provincial auditor, who is obviously addressing tax assessments for Canmore, Cremona, Carstairs, sorry, they're all in a row, and coming up with these recommendations to yourselves as professionals as well as other auditing firms, can you speak to where I could find the information that says 3-story homes shall be calculated as such?
yeah, so it's not as simple as that. And I'll just try and add some clarification to the valuation process. So no, this recommendation was specific to the town of Canmore. What happens is, like I said, we have our annual audit, which is just a main, we can pass the roll, but every year the auditors sit and they look through our information and they look for anomalies in our data and in our assessments, and we do too. So even if the auditor hadn't have recommended it, could have been something we would have done also, because there is clearly an inequity between the 2-story no basement properties and the 3-story no basement properties. So wherever that came from is kind of irrelevant. So when we value the properties, I think I said this earlier, probably not in this hearing, but we value properties based on the market modified cost approach. So that approach relies on the land value, and then we add the improvement value. And so with the improvement value, we have to modify the cost manual, the original cost manual. We have to modify that amount to reflect the market conditions of the time. So we're looking at sales of similar properties, and then we're adjusting them to bring that cost value along with the land up to current market conditions as of July 1st, 2023. So when we looked at the difference between the 2-story no basements and the 3-story no basements, because there haven't been sales of 3-story no basement properties over the last several years, we did discover, and whether it was through the auditor or ourselves, we did discover that they were not being market modified, is what the term is, to the same level as the 2-story no basements were, because there are significantly more sales of 2-story no basement properties than 3-story no basements in South Canmore. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's basically the essence of it. And it really is in the valuation process, the way that we're doing things with the market modified cost approach. And it did create an inequity, which if you calculate the 2023 assessment by the main floor building area or the floor area, and you look at it on a per square foot basis of that first property on page 2, which is a subject property of the complainant's disclosure, and you look at the remaining 4 and you calculate that out, there's a huge discrepancy between the 2023 assessment per square foot and the 2024 assessment per square foot in those properties. So yes, I believe they had not been treated equitably, whether it was a result of the auditor telling us that or through our own analysis, which we do as well. It just is the case that the properties at the end of the day have to represent market value, and these properties were not being treated in a fair and equitable manner compared to the rest of the properties within the town. That was probably more than you wanted.
Yeah, no, I think this is an important question, and I would like, personally, I'm going to research it a little bit more in terms of how other municipalities deal with above-grade square footage assessments. It's an interesting question, that's for sure. And sometimes,
And a lot,
the last time
sorry.
we had an ARB hearing, we talked about sort of as the volume of the home gets larger on a per square foot basis, the cost goes down in terms of efficiencies in construction costs and that type of thing. So I'll be doing an analysis on that basis as well.
Yeah, and so it's not that the value goes down, it's the value per square foot isn't. Yeah, and the other part of it too is this is a very similar method that's used to value properties within the province of Alberta. So it's that cost approach that's being market modified that the majority of municipalities in the province do utilize. So in that initial cost shell, there are differences for a 2-story with basement because the costs are different when you're going below grade. The original costs are different versus a 3-story no basement because those initial costs are different. So they're not being treated exactly the same on the original costs. But when we're talking about the market itself, the modifier that we're putting on there to bring them up to represent market value as a revaluation date, that's what needed to be more consistent, if that helps clarify anything for you.
Ms. Williams, any questions? I have no questions. Yeah.
That was me. So if I'm struggling to get to grips with this provincial auditor idea too. So this provincial auditor is making comments in relation to the assessments that are done specifically within Canmore, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed that last bit. Specific to the properties within the town of Canmore?
Yes.
Yes, they look at each municipality individually when they're preparing any kind of recommendations. This actually came out, this auditor's recommendation came out of a complaint in past years, as well as access to information requests and a full review of the 2-story no basement properties. And as a result, recommended that we make the change to the 3-story no basement properties, which is why they did a deeper dive on this particular strata.
And so what is the change specifically?
It was to increase the market modifier to be equal to, for the same quality of construction, the market modifier was required because we haven't had the sales. We needed to increase that market modifier to be equitable with the 2-story no basements so that they're being moved to the same position in the market.
Right, and so you said that there haven't been any sales of 3-story no basement properties?
That's correct.
And so I'm struggling to work out if the assessment is essentially based on a value, you know, a willing buyer, willing seller market value, and there haven't been any sales and we're applying a modifier, how that is fair.
So when we're doing this, there's a lot of times that we don't have adequate sales information. So we're looking at all the properties. We start kind of with the big bundle and then we stratify down. So if we have unknowns in our analysis, basically unknowns because there are no sales, it doesn't mean that these properties shouldn't be keeping up with the market trends. And so that's in essence what had happened in the past, and we're correcting now with last year's assessment.
Okay. And so if there were sales subsequently, would that modifier be looked at again if it wasn't supported?
Yeah, and so we did have one sale, but one sale doesn't make a market, as we've talked about many times before, and it does justify the fact that, the values have been low in the past and needed to be brought up to current market conditions. I mean, the subject property is a 3-story, no basement home, built fairly recently in 2016, and it's in the South Canmore neighborhood. I mean, these property values have risen exponentially in the last several years, as a result of the redevelopment. I mean, we've talked before, the land values have increased, and we're seeing older properties, anything older than 1980, being torn down and rebuilt into some of these homes, these larger homes and more valuable homes. So it's really difficult when you don't have the market evidence. So you have to rely on the market evidence that you do have, which was the 2-story, no basement properties, to be used as a proxy for the 3-story, no basement properties. So just because we don't have a sale doesn't mean that the valuation that's been put on it is wrong. Like I said before, if you look at it on a per square foot basis between the 2023 assessment and the 2024, you can see a huge discrepancy between the 3-story no basements and the 2-story no basements, which isn't equitable either. At the end of the day, the whole purpose of property assessment is just to have that even playing field so that everybody's paying their fair share of taxes. Assessments don't have to be 100% perfect, but they have to be fair across the grouping so everybody's paying their fair share.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Vide, you have the opportunity for rebuttal.
I said everything I have to, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Okay, thank you. So there's nothing to question. Complainant on the rebuttal. Summation, you have opportunities to give summary comments and then last word after that. Again.
I guess the summary comments are pretty much what I recapped. A 74% increase in 2 years, 44% increase in property taxes in 1 year is beyond comprehension in town, no matter how big the house is or how small the house is. And I also don't believe that an auditor would not write down such a big discrepancy in their auditor findings that there's a problem with 3-story homes. I just cannot buy that they'd say that verbally and then have the assessment people say, oh, here's some 3-story homes, you can get some more tax money out of them. So I don't buy that. Auditors always write things down. That's why they're auditors. So I believe a 15% increase, like everybody else, is equitable. I believe people with 3-story homes are being unfairly treated right now, unless there was something written down. I don't believe verbal things, attacking people's finances, is the right thing to do for the town of Canmore or for Benchmark Associates. And I'm sure the auditor would have written it down, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ms. Bannerman?
Thank you. So I just want to clarify, regardless of whether the recommendation was made by the auditor or if it's something that we discovered ourselves, it's irrelevant to the case at hand. I've provided information to the complainant showing an analysis of a per square foot basis, which clearly demonstrated that the assessments in 2022 were not equitable with the 2-story no basements, of which we had significant sales of. So what we've done is we've gone through and we've made the correction. And at the end of the day, I mean, the percent change in assessment between 1 year to the next, it's not part of the framework for preparing assessments. Although unfortunate for the property owner this year, they've had the benefit of past years being underassessed compared to other properties. So market value at the end of the day is what we strive for, not a certain level that's being held within a certain percent change. There's going to be fluctuations and there's going to be corrections and there's going to be changes to the property. Although unfortunate, like I said, the property owner has had the benefit of a lower assessment than market value for at least the last year. Now, equity is that they're paying their assessment is based on the market value, not a percent change. So really, at the end of the day, I mean, we've provided the information. I mean, nothing's being hidden. Everything has been presented that's relevant to the case. But at the end of the day, we really have to support that the market value is what our legislative standard is, and it should be done using mass appraisal principles. And not one time during any of the presentation by the complainant has market value been brought up. And that's a really important piece that I think, you know, we need to really understand. And that was part of the inquiry and part of the discussion through the emails that we had in April. Market value was never the issue with the property owner. It was equity on the percent changes and the increase in assessment. But that's not legislatively in the framework. The framework says it should be at market value using mass appraisal principles. So I think I've exhausted that a little bit, and I apologize for taking up so much time. I really want to thank you and ask that the assessment of $3,198,000 be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vida, you have last word if you want it.
I guess on the market value, since there have been no sales, there is no reason to talk about market value. It's all an empirical calculation that Ms. Bannerman is proposing, which I understand. However, if you can increase, like she said, a one-year tax, one-year increase, so-called below market value, well, 74% in 2 years is, I'm not really sure how she justifies a 74% increase in 2 years to say that it's only a one-year benefit I've gotten out of this. So I should have looked at it last year, obviously, because that 74%, that 33% in 22 was also very high. And I was also in Europe at that time, so I didn't have time. So that's my rebuttal. It's an empirical calculation, and statistics are statistics. I can play with statistics, and I can play with numbers. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. So it's been a difficult hearing, but I thank everybody for their cooperation in the presentations. At this time, I will ask the parties if they feel they have been heard today and if they feel that they have received a fair hearing. Mr. Vida?
Yeah, based on my late submission, yeah, I think it's fair.
Okay, Ms. Bannerman?
Yes, I think it was fair. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now declare this hearing closed. Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Thank you very much. Ms. Bannerman, you can hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I'd like to remind everyone that the ARB hearings are open to the public and that this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our record of the hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 14270. The municipal address is 25 Prospect Heights. The legal description is Lot 34, Block 1, Plan 941-2057. I will start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I am the presiding officer appointed to the panel. The panel with me today, our members are Michelle Ouellette to my left and Andrea Williams to my right. Does anyone present have objections to this panel as constituted? To the complainant, are you no complaints? I'm seeing you shake your head. Good, thank you. Ms. Bannerman, any concerns with the objections to the panel?
No objections, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Would you please come to the microphone and state your name, record your, sorry, been too long a day already. State for the record your name, your role in the hearing, and whether or not you're the owner of the property under complaint.
Hello, I'm John Finbo, 25 Prospect Heights. I own the property together with my wife.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Bannerman?
Sure, my name is Deanne Bannerman. I provide the contracted assessment services for the town of Canmore.
You can sit if you want. Thank you. You can sit down if you want for a bit. Thank you. The LARB standard practice is to first have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break or if a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the processes laid out? Mr. Finbo? Okay, I see you're nodding your head. Thank you. Ms. Bannerman?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I see both parties have exchanged the disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all documents for the record now. That won't stop anyone raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everybody comfortable with this procedure? Mr. Finbo, see you nodding your head again. Thank you. Ms. Bannerman, you're okay too? Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters for the panel to address?
Yes, from the respondent.
Yep. Go ahead.
So I'm here again to ask for the dismissal of the complaint regarding the 2023 assessment of the property at 25 Prospect Heights. The assessed value of the property being $6,774,000. The basis for my request for dismissal is the lack of evidence provided by the complainant, as well as non-compliance with statutory requirements under the Municipal Government Act and the matters relating to assessment complaints regulation. So on page 3 of my submission, issue 1, has the complainant met the onus under section 460(9) of the Municipal Government Act? Under this section, the complainant bears the responsibility or onus to demonstrate how the current assessment is incorrect. However, in this case, the complainant has provided no evidence or supporting documentation that challenges the assessment at the assessment. Issue 2, has the complainant met the evidentiary burden of proof under section 460 sub 9? The complainant must not only show that the current assessment is incorrect, but they must also provide compelling evidence that the requested value is correct. Without any documentation or argument, the complainant has not met the burden of proof required by the legislation to support their claim. And then the third issue that we're bringing forward is, should the complaint be dismissed for noncompliance with section 460 sub 9? The complainant was required to provide disclosure of documentary evidence and any written argument by November 5th, 2024. The complainant was notified of this legislated date from the notice of hearing, which was sent by the Assessment Review Board clerk on July 10th, 2024, and clearly outlined the complainant's responsibilities for disclosure timelines. It is important to note that the complainant has failed to submit any evidence or argument by this deadline either to the Assessment Review Board clerk or to the respondent. The only information provided was on the original complaint form, which can be found on at the back of our submission. It is the responsibility of the complainant to provide evidence and argument to demonstrate why their assessment is incorrect. Because of this non-compliance, the board must now consider whether to dismiss the complaint under 467 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act, which states an assessment review board must dismiss a complaint that was not made within the proper timeline or does not comply with sections 460 sub 9. The law clearly places the onus to prove an incorrect assessment on the complainant. This is well-established principle, which is supported by court rulings and adopted by assessment review boards across Alberta. Excerpts from this case law can be found in our submission. To meet this onus, the complainant has a multi-step responsibility. First, they must demonstrate that the assessment is incorrect. Second, they must convincingly prove that the requested value is correct. In this case, the complainant has failed on both counts. Without documentary evidence, the board has nothing to base a decision on, and there's no justification to adjust the 2023 assessment. So in conclusion, the complainant has not met their responsibilities under section 460 sub 9 of the Municipal Government Act and have failed to provide support for their claim that the 2023 assessment of their property is incorrect. The onus and burden of proof remain with the complainant, and in this case, both have not been satisfied. Therefore, I respectfully request that the complaint be dismissed under section 467 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act for noncompliance with disclosure requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finbo, I'll give you an opportunity to comment if you'd like. Yes. Yeah.
In my defence, I was out of the country in October and I had family in Valencia in Spain when the flood hit. So my return to Canada was delayed whilst we tried to find our family and then get them back to England.
Okay. I'm sympathetic to the situation. Does the board want to caucus or have any opinions? Okay. We're going to take a quick 5 or 10 minutes just to discuss this in camera, so I ask that you and Ms. Bannerman leave the board alone for a while.
You'd like
If you
me
want
to?
to step outside, that would be
Yes.
fine.
Okay.
Mr. Finbo, I regret to advise you that the board has dismissed your appeal, your complaint. We have to agree with the respondent. There is insufficient evidence. You haven't met the onus on the required by the Act. We felt as well that, granted your situation of being in England and then assisting with the flood, that you still had sufficient time that you could have requested a postponement and didn't do so. So I'm afraid we have to dismiss. You have the opportunity next year to reapply if you want to have a complaint. I'm very sorry, but we're tied by legislation, so.
Family comes first.
Yeah. No, I completely understand that, sir.
Trying to do something with jet lag.
Yes, yeah,
It's a bigger challenge at my time.
yeah, no, I am very sorry, but we, like I say. Thank you, sir. Okay. Hello, is Susan or Gregory Sidlowski there, please?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We don't, oh, there. Okay. We don't have Ms. Bannerman now.
I'm here, I believe.
Okay, I see.
There's some scripture.
Thank you. I'm sorry? Okay. Maybe they'll blow up, they'll increase in size when we let them speak. No. All right. Good afternoon, and welcome to this Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I would like to remind everyone that the ARB hearings are open to the public and that this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our record of the hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for Tax Roll 21841, the property address 401 Stewart Creek Close. Legal description is Lot 1, Block 23, Plan 1611360. I will start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I am the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are, to my left, Michelle Ouellette, and to my right, Andrea Williams. Does anybody have objections to the panel as constituted? From the complainant first?
I do not.
Thank you. From the respondent?
No objections, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Would you please state for the record your name, your organization, if you have one, and your role in the hearing, and please indicate whether you are the owner of the property under complaint.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Sidlowski. Together with my wife, Susan, we are the owners of 401 Stewart Creek Close.
Thank you. The respondent?
My name is Deanne Bannerman, and I provide the contracted assessment services for the town of Canmore.
Thank you. Are you with an organization still, Ms. Bannerman, or?
Currently, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The LARB's standard practice is to have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant will then have an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final arguments and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break or a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as we laid out from the complainant?
I have no questions.
Good, thank you. The respondent?
I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all documents for the record now. So that won't stop anybody from raising questions about admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everybody comfortable with this procedure? Complainant?
Yes.
And respondent?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will turn to the clerk and ask her to introduce everything. Thank you.
The Assessment Review Board has received 3 packages for this hearing. We have complainant package labeled C1, which is the complaint form, and that is 1 page. We have complainant package labeled C2, which is the complainant disclosure at 29 pages. And we have a respondent package labeled R1, respondent disclosure, and that is 48 pages.
Thank you. I will bring forward now and ask if there's any preliminary issues for the panel to address. The complainant?
None on my part.
Thank you. The respondent?
Nothing.
Thank you. So we'll now start the presentations. Mr. Sidlowski, excuse me, ready to hear your evidence if you are set to go ahead.
Thank you. As a quick overview, 401 Stewart Creek Close was purchased on the open market only 9 days before the valuation date. As I will take you to in a moment, the property closed on June 22nd, 2023, whereas the valuation date is July 1st, 2023. The purchase price, as you will see, was $2,075,000, which included GST. Excluding taxes, that means the purchase price for the property was $1,836,283. Now, 401 Stewart Creek Close was a new build that was built by Distinctive Homes. It was completed sometime in 2021, according to the respondent's information. It then sat on the market as the builder repeatedly lowered the asking price for the property. So I'd like to turn you to C3, which is the respondent's package, and specifically page 24 of 48. If you can just let me know when you have that available.
That's page 23 of the respondent's package?
Page 24.
Sorry, misheard that. Page 24, yes?
So this has the marketing history for the property. And as you can see at the bottom of that page, it states that it was a new listing for $2,340,000 on 07/11, July 11th, 2022. And you can see from days on market, DOM, that it sat on the market for 244 days, and then the listing expired. The owner then reduced the asking price to $2,205,000 on April 3rd, 2023. I note that that is less than the assessed value of 2.262. But again, there were no buyers. So the owner reduced it again on April 29th, 2023 to 2.1 million. Still no buyers at that price. And then in May of 2023, it sold to myself and my wife for $2,075,000. So I'd like to turn now to the residential purchase contract, which is at C2, my materials, and specifically page 5.
Okay.
All right, so you can see from the residential purchase contract that the sale price is $2,075,000. Just below that, in Article 2.2, you see that the purchase price includes any applicable goods and services tax. And you see that the completion date under that is June 22nd, 2023. If you turn to page 11 of my disclosure, this is an amendment to the purchase agreement. And you'll see in the buyer's conditions, it expressly references the builder's new home warranty. And in Article 9.2 other terms, it references how the seller has enrolled the property with a new home warranty and the provisions of the new home warranty sample documents shall apply. The next page is a letter from Distinctive Homes, just showing that it was Distinctive Homes that was the builder who was behind the seller. Now, the significance of the property being a new home sold for the first time by the builder is that GST was applicable on the sale. And that establishes that the purchase price of $2,075,000 includes GST. So backing out the 13% GST means the actual purchase price for the value of the property was $1,836,283. Now, the fact is that the property has various features that significantly detract from its market value and which were not considered in the respondent's model. The first is that the property is a corner property right on Three Sisters Parkway. So I would like to take you to page 13 of 29. That's of C2. And you can see it's an overview of the property and surrounding properties. And you can see Three Sisters Parkway as the main street that the property is actually on. But not only is it a corner property, but it has large windows facing Three Sisters Parkway, and more significantly, facing the 10 to 16 property units on the other side of the street, who all have a view right into the property. And those windows can be seen if you go to page 23 of C2, as well as 24. This is the side of the house that directly faces Three Sisters Parkway. Now, in order to see what the view is from those windows, you can go to page 27 through to 29 of C2. So what you see from these pictures are that there are a number of stacked row houses that are directly across the street that all have a direct view into the windows of 401 Stewart Creek Close. The choice was either to install blinds, leaving the property with no natural light and feeling closed in, or to literally expose ourselves to the 20 to 25 neighbors across the street facing our house. Now, not only are there numerous people across the street looking right at us, but there is Three Sisters Parkway itself, which, as you may know, is a busy street. It has a lot of traffic, and that traffic is going to get a lot heavier as the rest of Three Sisters is developed. With Three Sisters Parkway right outside our home being the main conduit for construction equipment and commuter traffic, that fact was well known to us when we purchased, and it would be well known to any potential purchaser in the future. Now, leaving aside Three Sisters Parkway, the large windows on the property also create what I would refer to as a fishbowl effect, where not just the properties on the other side of the street, but the properties in front and behind the 401 Stewart Creek can all see right into the property. So if you turn to the pictures at page 19 of C2, This shows the proximity to the back neighbors, and page 20 gives a good view of those row houses that are also essentially looking into the house, the primary bedroom, in fact, as well as the den. And this is the view from the primary bedroom if you're looking at page 20. If you turn to page 25 of C2, this is another picture from the primary bedroom. This is from the listing, so that's not the actual furniture, but that's the view from the window of the primary bedroom. And of course, those properties have a view right into the primary bedroom. In addition, if you turn to page 24 of C2, you see the front of the house. And specifically, you see the beautiful big windows that let in all the sunlight. And they are beautiful big windows, but those windows face the neighbor right across the street whose front door and their own windows face our property. And you can see that if you turn to page 13, the aerial view again, you see the property across the street. Its front door and most of its windows are facing our property. Then we have a very significant issue, which is the mechanical and electrical area that's right in or right up to our backyard. And if you can see that starting on page 14 of C2. So this is the view from one of the windows in the back of our house. Not only do we have these electrical boxes, multiple electrical boxes, we don't know what they do or what kind of electromagnetic field they put out, but what we do know is that they are steps away. They are prominently visible from the house, obviously from anyone in the backyard. And then behind them is an entire space for mechanical and electrical equipment. And if you turn through, if you go through the pages 15, 16, 17, and then again from page 19, 19 gives you a view into this mechanical area, whatever it is, and this is from the upstairs bedroom of the house. So you get a sense of what is in there. Page 21 gives you a up-close view, and it also shows you a brown pole that has a floodlight on it. It's right next to the silver pole that has a red light on it. And that floodlight is something that turns on repeatedly all throughout the night. Whenever it's triggered, it seems to be on a motion trigger. So it's going on and off all night. Now, in addition, with Three Sisters Parkway right outside the house, we get numerous trucks, including commercial trucks and vehicles that actually park right along the side of the street, right by our property. And if you start at page 22 of the C2 brief, you'll see the start of that. If you go to page 22, 26, you'll see a bunch of pictures showing RVs. 28, you see the work trucks. Page 29, You see more commercial trucks. That's the seafood truck that seems to always be parked right close to our house. This is something that we have no control over. All of that is stuff that we don't have any control over that affects the value of the property. But last and not least is if you turn to page 18, this is a picture of the backyard, and there's another shot on page 20 of C2. And what you can make out there is a very large tree well that is about 3 feet deep. It reduces the usability of the backyard. It creates an eyesore, and frankly, it's dangerous if there are little kids in the backyard. But we can't fill it in because that would kill the tree. So all of these specific features are matters that are, they're certainly items that we knew full well about. And it explains why the purchase price for the property was what it was. Instead of the 2.62 or the 2.262 million that it was assessed at. And that's the evidence that I'll be leading. I don't have any further evidence at this point.
Thank you, sir. An opportunity for the respondent to question the evidence provided by the complainant. Ms.
I
Banner?
have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the panel. Ms. Ouellette?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams? Okay.
I just had a question on in the evidence, page 1 of C2, when you're referring to the GST there and the number that you've come up with at $1.836 million.
Yes.
Is that not HST on that?
It's GST. I'm not aware of anything else that it would include. But as I'll take you to in my closing, whatever it is, it's taxes. And the taxes are not included in the fair market value of a property.
So if I take $1.836 million and multiply it by 13%, which is HST, I believe, I get $2,075,000. If I take your requested assessed value at 1.976 and multiply that by GST, which is 5%, then I get the $2,075,000. I'm just trying to work out the difference between the 1.836 and the 1.976.
So I might be using the wrong tax number. I know that taxes were charged on or were part of the purchase price. I thought that they were 13%,
Yeah, well,
but I might be wrong about that.
in Alberta we have GST but no PST, so it's 5%. So if I take your 1.976 and multiply it by the 5% GST, then I get to $2,075,000, which was the purchase price that was inclusive of GST. I'm just not understanding where the 1.836 came from. That was my question.
Okay, so it looks to be just based on the 13%.
Right. Okay.
So if that is not the correct GST, then the correct number would be $2,075,000 divided by whatever the GST is.
Yeah, GST is 5%. So I guess,
So that would be $1,976,190.
correct, which is what is on your complaint form is the requested assessed value. So I just wanted to confirm that was the requested assessed value.
So that is the correct value then, is what is on my initial complaint.
Right, okay.
Sorry for any confusion.
No problem. And my other question too, in relation to the, on page 1 of C2 and the points that you took us through, the list of 1 to 9 issues that you, material to the fair market value. I'm assuming that you saw this property before you bought it and you were aware of them, and that was a basis of your purchase price or when you bought the property?
Exactly.
Right, okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have no questions, thank you. So we'll turn now to the respondent's evidence. Ms. Bannerman.
Thank you. I'm here to respectfully, and just for clarification, on the first page of my submission, I have the wrong assessed value. It shows on my disclosure for R1, $2,284,000, when in fact the assessment is $2,262,000. So apologize for the typo on the first page there. So I'm here to respectfully request that the board confirm the assessed value of $2,262,000 for the subject property based on the following information and evidence, which demonstrates that the assessment complies with legislative requirements, valuation standards, and the principles of fairness and equity. So property assessments in the town of Canmore are prepared in strict accordance with the Municipal Government Act and matters relating to assessment and taxation regulations. These regulations require municipalities to prepare assessments annually, reflecting the market value of the properties as of July 1st of the assessment year and their physical condition on December 31st. The annual reassessment process ensures that property assessments remain accurate and reflect current market conditions. So market value is defined in Alberta legislation as the amount a property might realize if it is sold on the open market by a willing buyer and a willing seller. In this context, the subject property's assessment reflects typical market conditions for similar properties as of July 1st, 2023. So to be clear, we are required when we prepare assessments to use the land title transfer date, not the date that any kind of real estate has closed, just for clarification. So our sales data from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023 was analyzed to develop valuation models and time adjusted to the valuation date to account for any market fluctuations. So we're also required to prepare assessments using mass appraisal. This methodology groups comparable properties into a stratification based on shared characteristics. Then we develop uniform valuation models to estimate typical market values. And then we apply those valuation models back to that same comparable group of properties. This ensures consistency and fairness in assessments. So the valuation methodology for the subject property. The property was prepared using the market modified cost approach. And I'm sorry, I'm on page 12 of my submission now. This method is the most appropriate because it mirrors the behavior of sellers and buyers in the local market. It uses validated sales to adjust costs to reflect the current market conditions. The valuation process included a review of comparable sales of similar properties in the area and adjustments to reflect differences in quality, location, and physical characteristics. So on page 15 of my disclosure, I have a list of 5 comparable property sales that sold similar to the subject property. You'll note that the subject property transferred on August 2nd, 2023 through Alberta Land Titles for $2,075,000. The land title document can be found on page 18 of my submission. So these properties are very similar in terms of quality of construction. They're all two-story with basement homes, and the finishes are also very similar to the subject. The subject property having the second largest lot size, accounting for some of the differences in the assessed values between the comparables. So in preparing assessments, the principles of fairness and equity were upheld, ensuring that similar properties are assessed consistently. The valuation models were applied uniformly across properties with similar characteristics. So any properties that transfer through Alberta land titles after the July 1st, 2023 date are not used in our analysis. So the subject property sale on that August 2nd, 2023, although it transferred close to the valuation date, did not transfer before the valuation date. So this sale was not used in the preparation of the assessments for the 2023 assessment year. So in summary, the assessment of $2,262,000 for the subject property is compliant with the legislative requirements and valuation standards. It's reflective of the market value as of July 1st, 2023, based on the similar sale properties that we've provided. And it is fair and equitable when compared to similar properties in the town of Canmore. So I respectfully request that the board confirm the assessment as accurate and fair at $2,262,000. Thank you.
Thank you. The complainant has an opportunity to question the respondent on her evidence. Mr. Sidlowski,
I do have questions.
no questions?
I do have questions.
Okay, please, sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Bannerman. You're aware that the actual sale price of the property when conducting the assessment was $2,075,000?
As mentioned in my presentation, yes, the property transferred for $2,075,000. As mentioned also, this property transferred after our legislated valuation date of July 1st, 2023, so was not used in the analysis. This sale will be used in the preparation for next year's assessment.
But you were aware of the property sale?
When we prepared the valuation, we are only looking at property transfers that occur prior to the July 1st, 2023 date.
You were aware that the actual closing date, though, happened prior to the valuation date?
No, we don't get information on the closing date. We get our information from Alberta Land Titles, which is the information that shows that it actually transferred on August 2nd, 2023 through there. We don't get any kind of contract information from any sales.
Well, you were provided it in the disclosure and in the complaint. You'll agree with that?
Yes, we did get it through disclosure, but we wouldn't normally receive that type of information prior to Alberta Land Title information.
And if you go to your chart at page 15 of your disclosure, you reference it.
I do. I included it in as being post facto sale, but yes, we have included it in there just for full transparency for you.
And in fact, you made no adjustment to the purchase price to reflect the days that passed.
We typically, when we adjust our property sales, we look at the sales, like I mentioned, from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023. And then we apply time adjustments to those sales that are used in the analysis up until the July 1st, 2023 date. Any sales occurring afterwards would not be adjusted for any kind of time until they're used in the preparation of the following year's assessment.
So you agree with me, you did not adjust the $2,075,000 price in your chart?
That's correct. In the chart, there's no adjustment for that sale price. However, as mentioned, it was not used in the analysis or in the preparation of the assessment for 2023.
Now, you mentioned that the property has the second largest lot area. Do you remember saying that?
I do, and that is also on the chart that we were just referencing. It shows the square footage of the lot size.
Yes, that's why I'm asking you about it.
Sure.
You'll agree with me that all of the properties on this chart, except for two of them, being properties 3 and 4, have larger floor areas than the subject property.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you're aware that the subject property is a corner lot, right?
I am. So is the property at 526 Stewart Creek Close, as can be referenced on my page 16.
Right, and none of the other properties are corner lots, except for the one you just mentioned.
That's correct.
You'll agree that a corner lot has a lot of area that is, by bylaw, there are setbacks that you can't use or build on, correct?
There's been no information provided to me to have that level of understanding when we prepare assessments in the town of Canmore. We do look at the differences between corner lots, and not just in your area, but altogether corner lots, interior, that type of thing. And we've found no significant difference in the market value of properties based on whether they're on a corner or on an interior lot.
Bannerman, sitting here today, are you aware that there is a significant setback that is required by bylaw when dealing with corner lots?
I haven't had any information presented to me to have anything to speak to with this. Whether it is or not, it wasn't provided in the evidence that was submitted, and I don't have that information in front of me right now to be able to respond.
And you didn't look into that?
There was no reason. It wasn't raised as an issue, and there was no reason for me to look into it. Like I said, there was no evidence provided for me to be able to verify. So you're asking me to answer something that I honestly have told you twice now that I don't have the information and haven't seen it. So I'm not able to answer that question.
Well, you did answer the question. You didn't look into it. Thank you. But you focus on lot area instead of floor area. Floor area, just to assist us, you'll agree that's the actual usable floor space in the built home?
That is the above grade square footage of the home used from exterior measurements.
So all of these properties, except for two, have larger square footage than the subject property.
That's correct.
And those two that are smaller, they have significantly lower assessed values.
Pardon me, sorry, I was on mute. I said I wouldn't say significantly lower. When you look at it on a percentage base, we're talking about a few percent. So they are lower, but I wouldn't say in any kind of significant way. So when we prepare our assessments, what we're looking at is we're looking at all of the same types of things that a potential purchaser would buy en masse. So we look at the lot size, we look at the year it was built, quality of construction finishes, the size of the home, the type of the home. And we prepare valuation models to reflect what a typical person would purchase based on the knowns that we have, which are the sales. And then we take that and we create a model and we apply that to all the unknowns, which are the non-sold properties. So when we're looking at all those property characteristics and when we're looking at the differences in the assessments at the end of the day, those differences in the assessments are directly attributable to the differences in the property characteristics themselves. So we could look in isolation with one piece and say, okay, one lot size is bigger than the other. Okay, true. One is newer, two are smaller, all those kind of things. But the whole point and the whole process with mass appraisal is that all of those property characteristics, including basement finish, or if it's walkout basement, everything that goes into that property assessment is based on the differences between the property characteristics themselves.
Thank you, but I didn't actually ask you about any of that. You'll agree with me that the lot area you take into account for 401 Stewart Creek, whether you want to acknowledge how much of it or not, but a lot of that lot area is subject to the sidewalk and the setbacks from the sidewalk.
The lot area is consistent with all the parcels in town, is based on the legal registered size. And so that can be found on the same for every property.
You'll agree with me that none of the other comparable properties you listed are on Three Sisters Parkway. Well, actually, there's one.
There is one. The first comparable is on Three Sisters Parkway.
Yeah. Now, in contrast, you'll agree with me that property 3, which you assessed at 1.955 million, overlooks Stewart Creek Golf Course.
Yes.
You'll agree with me that overlooking a golf course is much nicer than overlooking a row of townhouses.
I would say generally, yes. However, as mentioned, the differences in the property characteristics are the reasons. It is not in isolation just backing onto a golf course. It has a significantly smaller lot size than yours. It's 3 years older, and is almost 300 square feet smaller than your property as well. So like I said, that's how the mass appraisal model works, is it takes all of these pieces together to create an assessment, but at the end of the day, it's applied equitably to all the properties so that those differences are being applied and fairly.
You'll agree with me that all of the properties that you view as comparable have more privacy than the subject property.
I can't actually agree with you on that. I think that they're all two-story with basement homes. They all face either another property across from them or beside them. So I can't agree with that statement. However, you can say whatever you would like.
You'll agree with me that none of these other properties face about 20 properties.
I think if you look at the map that I provided on page 16, you can see, and those empty lots, in the far bottom right-hand corner, those have all been built out now. So many of these properties do face significant amount of properties as well.
You're talking
They
about
might not be across the street from the multifamily housing, but they still do face other properties and have access or view issues as well.
You're comparing facing 2 or 3 properties to facing 20 or so properties?
I'm not sure what you're asking me to say right now, so maybe if you could rephrase your question, I'd appreciate it.
You'll agree with me that none of the other properties you compare to are facing 20 other properties. They don't have 20 other properties looking into their windows.
And I don't believe, if you were to count them all, that it's 20 properties that are looking directly into your property. I do know that there is multiple housing across the street, but they're not apartments. They're multiple housing. So they're row housing kind of complexes. So I can't agree to something. This isn't in my evidence that that I've presented, and I don't have an answer for you.
Now, the fact is, though, that your model does not take into account issues like lack of privacy. Isn't that true?
When we prepare assessments, it would have to be something fairly significant to show that it should be treated differently than the typical. So you could argue that a property that backs onto a commercial property has some sort of, noise, more traffic around it. And we do adjust in our models for those type of properties, where residential backs onto a commercial or an industrial property because of some of that. And if there were any kind of market evidence showing that, say, the road, Three Sisters Parkway, once that gets built out and we have some market evidence, then we can look at making an adjustment for traffic volume for that road. As it stands right now, it's not much different than most of the roads in town.
Except for the fact that this property was purchased for over $400,000 less than your assessed value.
Yes, and again, that transferred after the evaluation date of July 1st, 2023. So when we'll look at the sales for next year's assessment, because that's how we do the work that we have to do as legislated, we'll look at that sale and we'll look at future sales as well up until the valuation date for next year's assessment. And if there is any indication that that road at this point in time has any kind of impact on the market value of the property, then that's when we look at adjusting it. But we need something from the market to actually trigger that. Like I said, the sale price of your home will be included in our analysis for next year's assessment. So possibly it will have an indication.
So your evidence is that a sale that took place right in the period of the valuation date, you will disregard it in favor of your model because the sale, according to you, took place a few days after the date you're allowed to look at? Or do you have discretion?
The board would have discretion in their decision-making, but however, where we are at, in the preparation of the assessment, we cannot change an assessment for one property based on one sale when we have other sales of properties that support the assessment, especially when that sale occurred after the valuation period, which is what we're legislated to value. This isn't unusual. This isn't a me thing. This isn't a town of Canmore thing. This is part of the Alberta legislative framework for assessments.
Okay, given your expertise with the market in the relevant area, are you telling us that the subject property went down in value by over $400,000 in the span of a few weeks?
I don't think that we're talking about the value going down. I think you're bringing forward as your evidence the sale of a subject property, which occurred, as I mentioned, after the valuation date. That property, the subject property, has been assessed equitably compared to all the other properties in the area that are similar to it. As for the sale of your subject property, it could be an outlier for all there is out there. I do realize it was marketed for a long time on MLS, which is something that we definitely do review for next year's assessment. However, for this year's assessment, it is an outlier.
Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Bannerman, but it was being marketed for over 300 days during the period that you were allowed to take a look at the market prices, and it didn't sell at the price that you assessed it at. How do you explain that?
Because we are only allowed to use land title transfers in preparing the assessment. We are not able to use MLS listings, especially if they hadn't sold prior to the valuation date. So I'm not sure where you're going with your questions. If you want me to say, yes, your subject property sold for less than it's assessed, I am in agreement.
We know that. But you're talking about equitable principles and you're comparing it to other properties. What definition of equity are you using, just to be clear?
I'm using the definition of equity being that all of the assessments that are similar are assessed the same way within the town of Canmore.
Okay. So of all of the comparables that you used, can you tell me, do any of them have an electrical and equipment area sectioned off abutting their backyard?
I don't think so.
And do any of them have commercial vans and RVs parking alongside their house?
I would say yes. Driving through, it's not just on Three Sisters Parkway. All throughout, there's been construction in that neighborhood for the last several years where you can't even stop a car along the street because of all of the trucks and vehicles on both sides of the street, and that's on the interior. There's nowhere you can go in that area that doesn't have vehicles parked because of the high volume of construction there right now.
You'll agree with me that that high volume of construction and those parked vehicles are an issue for those on Three Sisters, not on the streets surrounding it.
I disagree. I see them everywhere. I drive through there as well.
How often do you drive through Stewart Creek Close?
Every time I'm in Canmore, which is every month or two, and has been for 4 years.
You drive through
Yes.
Stewart Creek Close.
I have to because of all the new construction going on there, including your property.
Mr. Sidlowski,
Yes.
I don't believe the respondent's disclosures and evidence discusses traffic.
No, it does not.
So I'm not sure why you're questioning her on that.
Because she made a comment that was not supported by her disclosure, which I'm trying to test. But we have heard what she has said.
Yep.
Am I correct, Ms. Bannerman, that you did not make any adjustments to the assessed value of the subject property based on its proximity to Three Sisters Parkway?
That's correct.
But you'll agree with me that such close proximity to a main thoroughfare would impact the value of the property.
If it would impact it, we would have information through the market evidence through the sales, and if and when it does have an impact on the properties that directly abut Three Sisters Parkway, then that's when an adjustment will be made for traffic.
You'll also agree with me that you did not make any adjustments to your assessed value based on the property's exposure to its neighbors.
Through the chair, just in my response, I believe I've answered many of these questions on several occasions. So I'm not sure if there's any different question that could be posed to me in order for me to satisfy the board. But these questions have been asked and answered already.
I disagree with you, Ms. Bannerman. This specific question goes to whether you adjusted for this particular issue in the assessed value, and I haven't heard an answer to that.
As I did respond several times ago, no, we do not have an adjustment for privacy. If we have any kind of market evidence showing that there's anything negative or detrimental to the subject property and similar types of properties to it, then that is when we would be making an adjustment.
You'll agree with me that you didn't make any adjustments based on the number of electrical boxes that are in the backyard of the subject property.
I agree with that, and as mentioned, as part of the mass appraisal process, we're not looking at it as a site-specific appraisal. We're looking at the majority of the property attributes, comparing them with others, and applying the same valuation model. Some people have neighbors who don't take care of their yard, or have the kids' cars parked on the sidewalks, or the old beaters right in front of their house. Those are things that we don't adjust for because of the mass appraisal model. We don't have, if it's one thing that's site specific, unless there's any kind of evidence provided to show that it is a detriment to the market value and would be to the next property owner in the next such, then that's something we would look at. But for a site specific, something that there's no evidence as to what the impact is on the value, no, we wouldn't look at that. And no, it wasn't adjusted for.
Ms. Bannerman, isn't it true you don't make an adjustment for someone who doesn't keep their yard because it's within their power to change that?
Again, Mr. Sedlowski, we're not looking for a debate here. You're to ask questions about the evidence.
Yes, and my point is, isn't it true that if you don't have the power to change a feature of the property, then it is something that would be taken into account or should be taken into account in its assessed value?
I've answered this already, and I would like to say that unless there's some market evidence to show that there is a detriment to the market value of the property, there's nothing for us to adjust.
I think she's already answered that, Mr. Sedlowski. And when you bring that point up, what about the tree well you talk about in the backyard? That could be filled in. That's
No, it
something to
can't.
be adjusted.
That was my evidence. It can't be filled in. That would kill the tree.
Well, trees are going down in the town all the time.
Uh,
Do you
Well,
have
we
any
would
other
need,
questions?
we would need,
Do you have any other
we
questions?
would need
Do you
approval
have any
from
other
council.
questions of the respondent, sir?
Yeah, one final question, and thank you for the indulgence. Ms. Bannerman, you'll agree with me that you don't have any basis to assert that the sale price of the property was for less than fair market value, do you?
I don't have any information or justification to assert either way.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Questions from the panel?
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
You do.
Thank you. I wondered if you had any comment on the treatment of GST that was raised by
Sir.
the complainant.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
I wonder if you had any comment on the complainant's argument about the treatment of GST in the value of the property?
So normally, GST would not be included in the assessed value for a property. That's been well established by the boards. The sales evidence that I provided through my disclosure on page 15 show sales of properties, and that's why we're not relying on just the sale of the subject property, regardless of it being post facto or not.
Right, okay. My other question is, and I don't know if you're going to have any comment on this. I know there has been quite a lag these days, and well, probably, I think this is getting better, but land titles was very backed up for a while. So we see in the complainant's evidence that the affidavit for the land or the value of the property is dated in June. And then we see on title it took until August to register. And so is it your argument that because the registration on title did not happen till August, even though the sale was documented in May and June, that it is inadmissible because of the land title backup at that time?
Yeah, and that is something. So over the past few years, we've had issues, obviously, because of COVID. Land Title's office was backed up. We were looking at an average transfer delay by about 4 months. People were moving into their properties in Canmore without a land title. And we've seen it range from, a month to 6 months, 8 months. So there's that whole span of time. And we've looked at, or we asked the provincial government, please provide us with some clarification because we could use the MLS date to bring it closer to what we believe that July 1st, 2023 date would have been. And we were told through an assessment bulletin that we have to use the land title transfer date. And part of the rationale for that is it's a set date and it's accessible to all assessors out there. All municipalities have access to land titles, whereas any private transfer sales that occur that don't go through MLS, we wouldn't have an alternative date for it either. And that's some of the rationale behind it. But we have been told by the provincial government in forms of an assessment bulletin, which I would have included if I had known that this was going to be an issue. But we've been told we are required to use the land title transfer date.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I have one question. Ms. Bannerman, in your disclosure on page 18 and page 22, page 18 is the land title certificate and page 22 is the affidavit revalue of the land from Lisa Grover, who I believe is probably the agent for the Sidlovskis in the purchase. I note in both things, as Ms. Williams pointed out, transfer of land value is $2,075,000, and the affidavit revalue of land indicates the current value of the land is, in my opinion, $2,075,000. And further, there is a definition of value. I'm not sure if this is a fair question to ask you or not. Are you familiar or do you have knowledge of whether or not values of land that go into land titles are adjusted for GST?
I think honestly it's inconsistent. I've seen it both ways. So in the transfer documents, I have seen adjustments for the GST in there. This one isn't broken out, although I don't doubt that GST is included in the $2,075,000. But it's certainly not broken up in the transfer or broken out in the transfer document, but I have seen it both ways.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions. We can move to the argument summation. The complainant first, please, Mr. Sidlovsky.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Thank you.
Oh, yes, sorry.
As-
My apologies. I missed a step on the agenda. Mr. Sidlowski, it's your opportunity for rebuttal.
No rebuttal.
No rebuttal? Okay, thank you. And likewise with the respondent?
No rebuttal, thank you.
Rebuttal, okay. There's no need for questions. Argument summation, Mr. Sidlowski, your opportunity.
Thank you. As you've heard, the property was purchased on the open market 9 days before the valuation date, and the purchase price was $2,075,000, which included GST. As you've also heard from Ms. Bannerman, GST is not included in the market value price for the property. Now, Ms. Bannerman testified that she could not make use of this transfer price because of the delay with land titles. But that does not mean that the board should disregard it. In fact, I submit that the board has to acknowledge that this is the evidence of market value for the property. It is the actual proof of what the property obtained on the open market between a willing purchaser and a willing seller, which is the definition that we are all using. And based on that definition, the board has the discretion to find that the assessed value ought to be its purchase price. When GST is removed, that translates into $1,976,190. Now, despite that, the respondent has assessed its value at $2.262 million. That is almost $300,000 more than what the property was purchased for only days before. Disregarding the actual market value and doing so by almost a few $100,000, I submit is not accurate, it is not equitable, and it would not be fair. Just because the respondent's model is meant to assist with mass appraisals does not mean that the town can ignore the reality of the actual market sale price. The model is wrong. The proof of that is in the actual sale price for the property. Either the model grossly overestimated the value, or it failed to take into consideration relevant qualities of the property that actually resulted in the market sale price that it achieved. And that meant taking into account the lack of privacy, its proximity to a main thoroughfare, a mechanical, electrical section right in its backyard, as well as the other issues that I gave evidence about, which is why nobody paid the asking price for this property while it was listed for sale, and they had to reduce the asking price 3 times over the span of over 300 days. That is simply plain, and it cannot be questioned, because that is the only explanation for why this property wasn't selling at the value that the assessment said, that the assessor says it should have. Disregarding that reality in return for the fiction that is based on a model is going to result in something that is the opposite of assessment, the opposite of equity, and it simply would not be accurate. I therefore ask the board to recognize and order that the actual sale price of the property is its accurate assessed value, being $1,976,190. Thank you.
Ms. Bannerman, response?
Sure, thank you. So I just want to reiterate what I've already brought forward in my presentation, and that the assessments are compliant with the legislative requirements and valuation standards, being that we are required to assess properties for the most likely market value as of our valuation date, but we're also required to assess the properties using mass appraisal principles. So using all the sales of similar properties to determine what those properties should be worth. The sale of the subject property did occur or transfer through land titles after the valuation date of July 1st, 2023, and wasn't able to be used in the preparation of the assessments for the 2023 assessment year. So based on the fact, the information that I've presented, the comparables that I've provided, the sales of the properties are very similar to the subject property, differences being differences in the property characteristics themselves, which impact the overall assessment of the property. So this is being said, shows that the assessments are fair and equitable when compared to similar properties in the town of Canmore. So I respectfully ask that the board confirm the assessment of $2,262,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sidlowski, you have the opportunity for the last word.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your cooperation and for your presentations. Very helpful. At this time, I will ask both parties if they feel they have been heard today and if they feel that they have received a fair hearing. Mr. Sidlowski?
I do.
Ms. Bannerman?
I do, thank you.
Thank you both. I will now declare the hearing closed. No further evidence or submission may be received by the board. Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Okay, we're going to take a very quick break, Ms. Bannerman, probably now, what, 2:33? 10 minutes, is that good? In 10 minutes' time. Ms. Bannerman, you can hear us too?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yep. Ready to rock and roll? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, and welcome to this Canmore Local Assessment Review Board hearing. I would like to remind everyone at the ARB that hearings are open to the public and that this hearing will be recorded and streamed live. The video recording will be our record of the hearing. We are here today to review the complaint and subsequent evidence as filed for tax roll number 22634, the property address being 214A, 1012 Spring Creek Drive, Unit 27, Plan 2210076. I will start by introducing the panel and then ask the parties to introduce themselves. After that, I will explain our standard hearing procedure and ask for comments in that regard. My name is Martin Buckley, and I am the presiding officer appointed to this panel. The other panel members with me today are, to my left, Michelle Ouellette, I'm having trouble today, sorry, and Andrea Williams to my right. Does anybody present have any objections to the panel as constituted? The complainant?
No.
Nope. And the respondent?
No objections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now have the parties introduce themselves, starting with the complainant. Could you please state for the record your name, if you're affiliated with any organization, and your role in the hearing? And please indicate whether or not you're the owner of the property under complaint.
Hi, my name's Andrea Musichuk, and I'm the owner of Unit 214A, along with my husband, Adam Musichuk.
Thank you very much. To the respondent, could you please state for the name, your record, organization affiliated with anything, and your position with the municipality?
My name is Deanne Bannerman, and I provide the contracted assessment services for the town of Canmore.
Thank you. The LARB, the Local Assessment Review Board's standard practice is to have the complainant present all of their evidence first, followed by questions from the respondent and then the panel. Next, the respondent presents their evidence, followed once again by questions from the complainant and then the panel. The complainant has an opportunity for rebuttal. Finally, both parties will have an opportunity to present their final argument and summarize their evidence for the panel, with the complainant presenting first. If anyone needs a break or if a problem comes up, please let the panel know as soon as possible, and we can address those things as we go. I will also take this time to remind everyone to please turn off any mobile devices. Are there any questions regarding the procedure today, or is everyone satisfied with the process as was laid out? Complainant?
No questions.
Okay, Ms. Bannerman?
No questions here either.
Thank you. I see both parties have exchanged disclosure evidence before the hearing. To save time, I propose that we mark all the documents for the record now. This won't stop anyone raising questions about the admissibility later. If any such questions arise, we can still deal with them and strike material from the record later if necessary. Is everybody comfortable with this procedure?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dalrymple, can you lead us through the documents, please?
Sorry, wrong document. For this hearing, we have received, the Assessment Review Board has received 3 packages. We received a complainant package labeled C1, and that's the original complaint form of 2 pages. We received complainant package labeled C2, which is the complainant disclosure of 4 pages, and the respondent package labeled R1, respondent disclosure, 46 pages.
Thank you. Are there any preliminary issues for the panel to address? The complainant?
No.
Ms. Bannerman? For the
Nope, nothing for us either.
Okay, thank you. We are prepared then to start the presentations. So, Ms. Musichuk?
Yeah, good job. That's exactly how you say it. Thank you.
Yes,
And
so
thank
go
you for
ahead.
having me come on Zoom today. That really helps me out. So thank you again. Okay, so I submitted all the documentation, but basically this unit was listed at 1.3 and then continued to drop. It didn't sell. We ended up buying it at 950,000 in July, on July 24th, 2023. So only 23 days after this evaluation. And with that 950,000, that was sold completely furnished. It was a home lottery unit. And this price included all of that furniture as well. I believe that this is fair market value as it was exposed fully. Some of the factors that I included was the lack of view. So there's no scenic view. It's of the courtyard on the second level. If you were to be there, yeah, there's no view. So that would contribute to the fair market price. The proximity to the elevator is a big one due to foot traffic, all that kind of stuff. It's right beside the elevator. And again, it was a home lottery unit. I'm sure you have all this documentation in front of you guys anyways, and then I included the market data, that I was able to, get and yeah, submit. That's pretty much my stance.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bannerman, if you, excuse me, I'm having trouble today. Ms. Bannerman, if you have questions of the complainant?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, from the panel, Ms. Williams, any questions?
I just had a question. The market evidence that you have included in your package, is there anything specific you'd like us to note here?
Just the days on market, the opening price, and then the selling price. That was kind of what I was looking at.
And so this is for your unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And so do you have no evidence of any other properties that have sold, is that correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Ouellette, any questions?
No, I don't have any.
No questions? Okay. I heard you say this was a lottery raffle drop property that you purchased from the winner of the raffle?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Did you have a chance to inspect the property and the conditions before you purchased?
No.
No, you bought it sight unseen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me? We'll move to the respondent's evidence.
Sure, thank you. So I'm just going to go through a little bit about the assessment process in Alberta. So we're required to prepare annually, according to the Municipal Government Act and matters related to assessment and taxation regulation, annually assessments that are a reflection of market value using mass appraisal principles. So market value is the most probable price that a property would sell for given an open market with a willing buyer and a willing seller. The valuation date that was used for preparing the assessments for this year was July 1st, 2023, and the condition date is December 31st, 2023. So mass appraisal, properties are also required to be prepared using mass appraisal as stipulated by matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation. This methodology ensures fairness by stratifying properties into comparable groups and applying consistent valuation models that align with market behavior. So the subject property was assessed using the direct sales comparison approach, which is the most appropriate methodology for apartment-style condominiums in the town of Canmore. This approach mirrors the actions of buyers and sellers in the market by analyzing comparable sales data. So sales data occurring from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, they were gathered and validated, including site inspections and title reviews, as well as reviewing MLS information. So to ensure that all the properties are representing the valuation date of July 1st, 2023, all sales were time adjusted to account for any market fluctuations. So on page 16 of my disclosure, we go through, and I've provided some comparable sales to the subject property, acknowledging that the subject property did sell, transfer through Alberta Land Titles on September 7th, 2023, which is after the valuation date of July 1st, 2023. We do acknowledge that it did sell for lower than it is assessed at. However, some of the other sales do support a higher value. So we heard from the complainant that there were issues such as, facing the courtyard, and we've included on there what the view is for some of these properties. So they're all from the second floor. And the three properties identified, or two other properties identified, are also facing the courtyard. And when we look at the sale price per square foot on the last column there, it shows that the subject property sold for significantly lower than a lot of the other properties within the complex. Most notably, the property at 212A, 1012 Spring Creek Drive, which is almost an identical size to the subject property, which sold for $1,125,000 versus the sale price of the subject property at $950,000. So just to bring awareness to the board regarding some of the comparables that have been provided, we've expanded in order to defend the property assessment here. We've expanded the time that we would normally use. So you can see that sales, or the properties that are highlighted in blue versus black, are actually sales that occurred after the valuation date of July 1st, 2023. So they wouldn't have been used in the analysis or the preparation of the assessment. However, they do show support that the subject property did sell for significantly less than what the market does bear. So in conclusion, the assessment process for the subject property was thorough. It's compliant with its legislative requirements and reflective of the current market conditions. The sale of one property doesn't make the entire market, and there were sufficient sales of properties that do support the subject property. In addition, this property is a tourist home zoned property, so it's not a permanent residence, or it allows for uses other than just a personal residence. So this property can be used for short-term accommodations, which is a little bit different than a residential property in Spring Creek. So the value of the assessment at $1,050,000, it aligns with the comparable sales. It upholds the principle of equity, which we've talked about, and adheres to the mass appraisal standards set forth in the Municipal Government Act and matters relating to assessment and taxation regulations. So I respectfully request the board to confirm the assessment of $1,050,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the complainant have any questions of Ms. Bannerman?
I don't think so. As long as, yeah, it sounds like they took those into consideration, the no view, proximity to elevator, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the panel, Ms. Ouellette?
I don't have any questions.
No questions, Ms. Williams? You? Okay.
I just have a couple of questions on the comparable properties on page 16 of the disclosure document. The other properties, do they have the same tourist home zoning or not?
So the entire building is tourist home zoned for this particular complex. Now the tourist home zoned properties historically have been able to sign an annual declaration for personal use versus tourist home, which is short-term accommodation use. if they were to have signed the personal use declaration, then they wouldn't be allowed to rent out on a short-term basis their unit. They would have to just use it as their own primary residence, whereas the tourist home zoned, if they don't sign the declaration, they have a lot more flexibility. I won't go into the changes to the tourist home personal use things that are changing in the next year here, but that's how it stands as of the condition date.
Right, okay, thank you.
I have one question. Ms. Bannerman, page 16 of your evidence, as you pointed out, you've got views faces the courtyard. And if I turn to page 7 of your package, you've got the second floor plan. And it says common property on the side where Unit 27 is, so that's the courtyard. The common property on the other side, do you know what that is? Is that the road or, not sure what it would be.
Just, so if you look on the page above that, so on my information on page 6, you can see I put a little star for where the actual subject property sits on the second floor. I don't know if you see the aerial photograph. Can you see the aerial photograph on page 6?
Yeah, I see the star on page 6.
Yeah, and so underneath that star is that horseshoe-shaped building, which is the subject property, the building where the subject property resides. So yes, the common property on the other side is the road.
Okay,
The inside there is the courtyard and faces south.
okay. Thank you. That's extent of my questions. Complainant's rebuttal evidence?
I don't think I
Nothing
have.
submitted, so. No,
I don't think I have.
no rebuttal? Okay, from Ms. Bannerman?
Nothing for me either.
Okay, so there's no questions involved. Argument summation, the complainant, you're allowed to sum up your position if you'd like.
My position, I guess it's the same points I had written in there, just that we bought it and that included at the 950,000, that included all the furniture, and we felt like it was the fair market value of that unit in particular, and yeah.
Ms. Bannerman?
Sure. So just to quickly go over what was discussed earlier, we're required to prepare assessments at market value using mass appraisal principles. So in using mass appraisal principles, we're required to use sales of all similar properties within our valuation period leading up into July 1st, 2023. As demonstrated through our disclosure, we've provided sales comparables that were used in the valuation, as well as some that were not used in the valuation, including the sale of the subject property, and which identifies which properties are facing the courtyard and which are on other sides of the building. And they're all on the second floor, which doesn't receive a premium for apartment condos within the town of Canmore. Based on the information that we've provided, we respectfully ask the board to confirm the assessment at $1,050,000. Thank you.
Thank you. The complainant has the very last word.
We stand that we think it should be lowered, because that's my last word.
Great, thank you. So, thank you everyone for your cooperation in your presentations. At this time, I'd like to ask the parties if they feel they have been heard today and if they feel they have received a fair hearing. Complainant, are you?
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Bannerman?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now declare the hearing closed. Here's another sheet. last. I'm sorry?
Next steps.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, yeah.
Here.
I've got that, but there was another part to it, wasn't there? So- Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. The Municipal Government Act requires a written decision within 30 days and gives the clerk an additional 7 days to issue the decision. We will make every effort to meet or beat those requirements, and the clerk will forward our decision to you at our earliest opportunity. So thank you again very much. It's the end of a long day for us. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.